Welcome everybody to episode 144 of the Art School Live Streamers. So I hope everybody's doing good. We are in for a long ride of reviewing art. So we have a lot of stuff to check out today. Not a record day, but it's up there. So that's good. A lot of new people too, so I'm excited. But if you're curious about the Art School Live Stream, if you want to know how do I get my art reviewed like this, so this is going to be something that my students from the art school program have access to every single week, so they can come and submit their assignments, submit their personal art, submit their questions if you don't have any of the first two happened. And if you want to find more about the art school program, you can find a link to that down in the description below. But yeah, so these are all the submissions for today. So this is what's on the menu. So let me go through all of these. And yeah, so we have a lot. I think the maximum ever was like 52. But yeah, so when I said we're in for long rides, with the amount that we have today, obviously always try to give feedback, faster and try not to ramble too much. But it happens. But yeah, expect like 7 hours, should be around that. So make sure that you're sitting down comfortably if you're planning to attend the whole thing or part of it. Of course, nobody needs to attend the whole thing. Nobody needs to even attend to get feedback. You can just drop it off and then watch the replay later. Everything is saved, so saved and also posted months later on YouTube, but always immediately saved after the stream. So never miss a thing. And yeah, as you can see, as I go through all of these submissions, the range is pretty broad. We have people just starting the program, others that have been around for a little while, and so yeah, you see all kinds of skill level, completely normal. There are no requirements whatsoever. And then what else? I feel like I'm missing a bunch of stuff. The streams happen every weekend. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just get started. We have a long day today, so start making some progress. So, starting with my man Dennis. Number one, let's go. And yeah, I think it has to. I think what I wanted to say had to do with the format of the submissions. In general, I mentioned that last week, but in general, try to keep the text. I'm not talking about you, Dennis, at all. So it's not that much text here. It's just big font. But yeah, try to take to keep the text to a minimum. I suck at reading. English is not my native language, so and also it's not super fun for people. So if you can just remove the words that are useless, and then just keep the essentials, so that we can make more progress faster. And also, if you want the feedback in any particular way, or if you if you're just starting, for example, and you're maybe a little bit worried, a little bit anxious when it comes to when it's your turn, it happens. I'm sure a lot of students feel that way. It is stressful to get judged, in front of everybody. So if you want me to go extra soft, like an extra layer of soft, I'm pretty soft, I think. Normally I try at least, but if you want even more than that, I'm happy to do that for you. No problem at all. I know how it was. I was in your spot at some point, and yeah, I did not like any kind of feedback initially. So yeah, let me know. What's up, Dennis? I drew a figure with all the muscles. I've learned from your lectures. Don't hold back with the critique as always. Gotcha. So questions. I was thinking about scheduling certain days for focusing on different parts of anatomy. Do you think that's a viable strat? Should I have days when I test my ability to draw the full figure with all muscles attached? And question 2. I do want to create my own characters and a comic series in the future when my skills are where they need to be. However, I would like to get a job as an illustrator at a company to get a feel for the inner workings of the industry. How should I tailor my portfolio? Oh, it's a big question here. Or like Kevin, if you want brutal feedback, I can try that too. I'm not too good. It doesn't come out naturally, but I can try. But yeah, about your questions, Dennis. So the second one here, I don't know why I always start with the second one. Maybe because it's the one that relates least to the art. I want to get that out of the way first before I get to the art part. But so job as an illustrator at a company. So not concept art, right? So illustration. That's a good end goal. Like, to be honest, it would be like probably my end goal too if I wanted to work in the industry again. But I'm just saying this because it's really hard to get there, to at least in that particular position at Riot. They have like the best in the world, the best of the best. So it's definitely possible. No doubt about that. But it will take a lot of work. So usually what people do is you'll start working at a smaller studio, like maybe an indie studio or just a smaller studio where it's easier to get into it. You build that work experience. You learn a lot from other people, and then from there you kind of see, do you want to step it up after a few years working there? Have you leveled up enough that you can move on to a bigger company, if that's the goal, or maybe you're like, while working here, I also started my little thing on the side, maybe like on Patreon or whatever, like some commissions maybe. Like just freelance stuff, and maybe that's working nicely too, so you could choose that maybe. But yeah, like initially aim for something a little bit more maybe nearby, something that's more likely to happen initially as a first step. That's what it was for me too. I didn't start at Blizzard, right? So first a local company, and then made my way there. Some people start there, so I'm not saying, but so if you want to tailor a portfolio, for illustration, that'll be the kind of stuff that you would want to make at that company. So of course, like, it's good to aim for certain companies, because then you can really kind of adjust your style maybe to what they like the most, to give you the best chances. But it would be, for a Riot, for example, if you're talking about like splash art, stuff that for the loading screens, then you would be doing that. So your portfolio should be full of that at the highest possible level that you can take it. Portfolio is very, very simple in a sense. You show off what you want to do. If you show off too much, then people will pick what they want you to do. Maybe you're not gonna like that. Maybe that you would have preferred something else. So always be very specific. And then so that's that. And I was thinking about scheduling different days for different body parts. Like, that would not work for me, and the main reason is just that I can't follow a strict routine. It always needs to change a little bit every week, otherwise I get bored with it. So if you can stick to it, that's probably the best. It's the most disciplined way to go about it, and then this way you can probably pinpoint like the areas that need a little more work, and then invest more time in those areas, less in those that you know better. If it were me, I would just focus on the anatomy part that's the most troublesome at any point. So if you're if you're the torso, you feel pretty good about it, but part of the legs, maybe in certain angles, or different body parts in different angles, you're struggling a little bit, then I would work on that. And the stuff that you know already, it's good to still do it, but maybe less. And then having days where you test yourself like this, yes, that's really, really good. It's amazing practice. It's like a test. It's really, that's exactly what it is, like a test, an exam. That's cool. And you're trying to see for yourself what you can do on your own, and then that should also highlight the things that you can do, that you're struggling with a little more, things that you should focus on. So yes. Hope the neighbor's talking not too loud, but you can hear it. That's really good. It's I think you did a really, really good job here. Yeah, man. Maybe the torso is a little short, but so like my feedback is more in the proportions maybe. But yeah, overall, like the placement of the muscles, like everything is here. You did a really good job. Yeah, like from here, I know what you would want to just to fine tune would be just the the shape of the muscles, to make sure that they're exactly how they should be, and yeah, like how they end, kind of like it's the shape of the muscle. So right now, I think you have a really good idea of the overall anatomy of a person, the overall muscle, like surface muscles. If you did this 100% from imagination, that's very encouraging. So really good stuff. Yeah, from now on is just making that better any way that you can. So like what happens at the knees here, like the knees always going to be part of your characters. It's a body part, that something that you'll draw often if you draw characters. So yeah, like the ankles too. But yeah, overall, man, really good job. I really don't have anything obvious to point out other than keep doing that, because there's no way that you could do anything close to that, remotely close to that, when you started the program. So I remember, that's really impressive. So moving on. What the hell's Dennis? Moving on to Lodi. Ooh. That's cool. So a little 3D character. Hello. Very nice. All right. So I am well, Lodi. Hope you're good too. Thank you. So one of my dreams is to create a 3D character, and I thought that was difficult in the past, but with wonderful guidance and lessons, I was able to achieve my dream, and I'm very happy with the result. Well, yeah, you did it. That's really good. So this month I have been working on this 3D character. I used ZBrush for modeling, coloring and rendering in Photoshop, and rendering in Photoshop to add the background. Gotcha. I think there is something a bit off, and I can't exactly pinpoint it. Could you point the errors I have? Would love to hear your feedback. Right on. Yeah, overall that came out awesome. So really nice proportions, nice pose, nice gesture to it. She doesn't seem too stiff, seems pretty relaxed. Very cute face. Stylized, but pretty good anatomy. I am impressed. So something a bit off. There's always something a bit off. There will always be. Nothing is ever perfect. But the first thing that caught my attention is the knee area a little bit. So the knees, I think there'll be an opportunity here to improve it a little bit. So they seem just like a little like squished. So I think you could just push that up here. So we have the start of your tibia that you can kind of see there, and then patella on top, kind of just giving enough length for the knee to exist. So, in here you have femur, goes like this, and then tibia, front, on the outside, the kneecap in front of that. And so just making sure that you have enough room for all this. And basically like the patella was kind of missing, like the kneecap here. So having the light probably highlight the presence of it better. But I know that it's stylized, like the amount of detail is kind of subdued. But it's just more like the position and the highlight. So nothing too much here. And then the other thing, so it was just like here with the length of this arm. It's a little low, like usually the elbow will land like right above the belly button. Excuse me. So here for belly buttons, somewhere around here. That's pretty low for an elbow. So I would maybe shrink that to this length and have the arm kind of go down this way. And then from the so like the last two will be pretty subtle. I don't have anything to say about the face. Honestly, I really like it. But for the torso, so here, if you have your arms in front of your body, like it kind of stretches your back and it opens it up. And so it's gonna be like that would kind of fill the air, the space here a little wider. Maybe that's a little tricky to do in 3D, but the back would appear a little wider and probably a little flatter up top here. And then the front, I think it's just the breast that should be a little lower. Not much, but I think maybe like that. To be more realistic, just to give it enough space from here to the collarbone. So it's like small stuff, you know, like small anatomy tweaks, but overall, it looks really nice. Yeah, 3 weeks to make this. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, so I mean, that was my first character. I would be over the moon. This turned out really good. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what else you do if this is your first one. Ooh, oh, that helps slowly. Moving on to Gailey. Ooh. All right, so I did have a good week-ish. A little bit of packing, not the most exciting, but I hope you did too. Not pack, but you know, have a good week. So these are the figures I made this week. They're all made from reference. I also made 3 full figure drawings. I did not spend much time on the details of the face, hands, and feet. I guess, as I wanted to focus on drawing the body. All right. So now, I know nobody wants to hear this. I was the same when I was younger. I could not care less for it. But this is the reason why people struggle with hands and feet. Because you always put it off, you know, I'm just focusing on the body, so I'll work on the hands later. And then that kind of never happens. Or maybe it happens, but it's much less than the rest of the body. And so, yeah, the body kind of levels up, and then the feet and the hands are kind of lagging behind always. So my recommendation is to always put in just a little extra amount of effort to draw them properly. You know, kind of like here, that's nice. But even that, that's enough. And just like a mitten should be good enough. Same thing with the feet. Just you want to make sure that the feet have some gesture to them, and that they feel planted on the ground if that's the pose, because they do contribute quite a bit to the gesture, the overall figure of the drawing, the overall gesture of the drawing. Hell yeah! Let me make these a little darker. So now people online will be able to see them too. Those mannequins up here are really good. Yeah, the only one that looks maybe a little more weird is this one here. And it's not so much not the character as a whole. It's just like this thing here. It seems out of perspective. Like the other one's so on point. No problem here. But also the pose is a little simpler. Like not much foreshortening. This one, yeah, not too sure what's happening with the leg, because it looks like, oh, okay, so it's I see. It's like this line here that's adding to the confusion. It's coming towards us. All right, like this is the knee kind of sticking out, coming towards us, and then calf. Yeah, like the feet for this one I think would help if they were just a little bit more invested, like something like this already would be better. Something like that. Just because it's hard to see it's hard to gauge the perspective just based on their placement. Like I'm having a hard time figuring out what the grid on the ground would look like just by looking at the feet. But that's the only one. Everything else is a nice. Yeah, this is such a good exercise too. Not because I came up with it, but I mean, this looks like a character, right? So you just need to slap on some muscles on here. Proportions are on point. The volumes in general are on point. Everything looks good. Like, that's a person. You look at it from a distance, it looks it's pretty much the same as these. So, not to this, you know, not as an insult to these, but it kind of just as a whole, like they both look the same. They both look like people. So very good. Yeah, same thing here. Poses definitely more challenging. So for these, I would just be careful of like the size of the hands and the feet. You know, some of these like get pretty small. These feel like it should probably go a lot longer. But overall, other than that, the proportions are pretty good. Head's always nicely sized for the body. Yeah. Not much to critique here, to be honest. This awesome exercise. He executed really well. So I don't know. Did you mention? Okay, so all made from reference. Yeah. So next I would keep doing some of that stuff, but maybe like every other two, you try from imagination to see how well you can do that. So of course, you know, from imagination, I would focus on these initially, like the simpler poses where you're not gonna be, you know, bumping your head against some crazy foreshortening here. So start easy, like challenge as little as possible, and then increase from there. But I think you're definitely ready. Yeah. So that would be where I go next. Yeah, very good. It's again same thing here. Like the feet, I think would help. I think maybe this one here, like the knee is a little low compared to the other leg. Probably be a little higher, maybe. And like the angle also you might be able to sell the perspective better here, but overall, really good. One extra thing I want to say, whenever you have muscles or any kind of volume overlapping, like one over the other, like it's always going to be like this, right? So the one that's closer to us, closer to the camera, always takes priority, and everything else is going to be behind. So like this wouldn't really happen, and always going to be the other way. So the thing that's closer is always on top. I just spotted that line. I don't think that's a problem. It's just that one. So just wanted to specify. But overall, Gailey, yeah, keep it up. Awesome stuff. All right, I think we're gonna have to. I'll need to. Is this a new era of the stream? So I need to make things darker. A whole new world. Alright, so let me just duplicate all of that stuff. Did I get everything? Yeah, hopefully. There we go. Alright, Kevin. What's up, Kevin? No problem. I'm just surprised you could see anything while you were painting, while you were drawing. So I kept at gesture drawing and kind of practicing the mannequin. How do they look? What am I doing wrong? I also practiced a little perspective since I've been grinding gesture drawings for the past 2 weeks and I'm starting to feel burnt out by them. Yeah, don't get to that point. Second, it's not fun. The second that the fun starts to dip, move to something else and come back later. Has to be fun always. So is there a way I can combine gesture and mannequin in a sketch? I want to avoid total burnout with these studies, but I don't have the skill to produce a full fleshed out illustration. What should I do? What should I do for the upcoming week? All right. So combine a gesture and mannequin in a sketch. So like here, is that what you mean? Or not necessarily environment related. But regardless, you know, what I would do, for example, is I would start with a session of gesture drawing just to warm up and do a couple of poses, and then like the first, like I think I said that last week, but the first 10 poses usually look kind of like poo-poo. It takes time to warm up, and after that it starts to get a lot better. Like you pick up some tricks, you speed up, your line is more efficient, like it starts to come back. Of course, the more you do it, the less warm up you need to do, but I would start with that. And then let's say you have, and of course, like the references that you use for your gesture drawings, try to pick references that inspire you. If it's just like a bunch of people sitting down and you want to draw people that are fighting with swords, probably not the best references. But yeah, so try to find references that you like, that you could see potentially maybe turning into another illustration. And you do your first, you do a bunch of gesture drawings, and then maybe there's going to be a few in there that you kind of like, and then from there you can take these and push them a little further. So maybe like another 10 minutes on each, so to get something that's a little bit more fleshed out, and do that for a few of them, the few that you like the most, and then maybe one or two of those you're really going to like, and they're going to really be inspiring for you, and you'll kind of see, I don't know, maybe see them as fighters, or as whatever, like having some sort of profession and like a weird world, or whatever. It might inspire you to do something. That's what I would usually do. So warm up just for fun. All of this, even if I don't get inspired at the end, it's still varied. There's still a lot of different things that I'm trying, so it's not just the same the whole time. And it always allows you to potentially turn this into something else, something more, if you want to, if you feel particularly inspired. So that's what I would recommend. So essentially, you start with a gesture, and then you turn that into a mannequin. Kind of make sense of it more, and then fine tune the anatomy, and then polish. Then maybe polish to the point where it turns into full illustration. Although, fleshed out illustrations, one thing that I'll say here, and I've seen a few of you guys make that mistake. It's not necessarily a mistake, but like, don't be too ambitious. That's something that will bite you, and I guess everybody has to do that at some point to know to know what's too much and what's not. But like a bunch of different characters in one painting, for example, that's very challenging, extremely challenging. So start with just one, maybe not too crazy of a pose, something that's, maybe it's just like posing, it's like a portrait that you're doing. I mean, that can still be a cool illustration, kind of just a character standing there posing with a cool, simple-ish background. Anyways, yeah, and one thing I would also include in your practice all the time, and that goes for everybody, but practice from reference, yes, but also use other artists as references. So maybe professionals, just so that you know for a fact that it's probably good, it's probably correct what you're looking at, that you're not using something that's completely wrong as a reference. But other artists will have like different tips on how they treat the anatomy, how they treat certain details, how they simplify the details, and that's really, really good. There's just like all little shortcuts that you can pick up on, and so maybe that's something else that I would include in here. So working off of reference, but also kind of studying how other artists do it, and maybe not everything one artist does you like. So maybe it's just going to be like how they draw the nose, you kind of like how they do it. So maybe you start to do that now. Maybe another artist, you like how they simplify the eyes, so maybe start to do that now. And so yeah, sprinkling that in there, I feel like, at least for me, it makes it more interesting, because then you see like different style, you get to experiment a little bit more. But yeah, let's take a look at these. Yeah, man, these are really, really good. Yeah, I like these. So 30 seconds, not a lot of time, but already, you know, you can do something like just a few lines already looks like a person that's laying down. That's awesome. That's gesture. That's the power of gesture. Very well done. And here are some of these. I would say maybe like pay closer attention to the proportions. So they feel very short. Your characters in general might be just because the head is small, the head's big, and like the body length is pretty short. Maybe a combination of those two. So if you made the head slightly smaller, maybe that would solve most of it. Yeah, like this person here, probably. Oops, that's not selection tool. That's just a brush. I think that would probably be a better length for that head to make an adult at least. Yeah, no, these are great. Yeah, really nothing to say about this. Same with these. The weaker areas are the feet. It's typical. Everybody's, not everybody, but most people have this issue. I had the same issue too. You kind of always put it off, but they just add so much to the gesture. So I would make sure that they feel like really well planted, that the shape of the foot is nice. You don't need to draw the toes or anything like that. It's the same treatment as the hands, you know, kind of just simple mittens, but have the right silhouette. Because yeah, like this tiny detail here makes all the difference in this pose, and so it's important. It's really, really important. This one here just doesn't feel planted properly. Bam. Grabbing the ground, you need to feel the floor. But nothing to say other than that. These are fantastic studies, so just keep making more. You know, this is the kind of stuff that you'll do for the rest of your life. So if it's a quantity that's a little overwhelming for you, if that's something that's starting to burn you out, you know, be less ambitious with that too. You don't need to sit down and think to yourself, all right, now I need to draw 20 characters. That's challenging. You know, it's hard to motivate yourself to do something this intense. So just sit down and say, like, you're gonna draw 2 characters. If you feel like doing more than that, do more. And maybe do that like twice a day. So when you sit down, you're never sitting down for too long. It's only like a few minutes, maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then you're done. And make that a habit. And then if you end up doing more, as you know, because you're just sitting down and you're kind of in the flow now, then do more. That's great. That's the idea. But yeah, limiting the scope, I think, makes a huge difference. Always better to aim for a little bit. And it's weird because in your career you try to do the opposite. You aim high so that you can get something that's good. But with practice, I feel like if you aim low, you'll get kind of trapped in just the fun of it. Not trapped, but you'll get kind of caught up in the fun of it, and then you end up doing a little bit more as a result. But it's always easier to go into it that way. To me, at least. So for the future, introduce other artists, just to start to see how they treat certain body parts. Maybe you'll find you'll have some nice discoveries there, things that you might use for the future, and that will contribute to your style eventually. And I would keep doing this. That's all great stuff. And then and approach your studies with leaving the door open to potentially taking them into something that's a little bit more polished. Maybe you dress them up to a cool outfit, and maybe that's it. Maybe you just stay at line art, or maybe you want to maybe slap some quick colors on them or something to make it more exciting. But nothing to change here. And yeah, it's completely fine, you know, to jump to like different classes to mix things up. You know, when you go to school, you always have a bunch of different subjects to different classes that are not related to one another. And so yeah, it's normal. You know, you can give yourself a break, not focus on just one thing the whole time. Maybe that'll feel more like a buffet instead of just like a very specialized restaurant where it's always the same thing. Weird comparison, but anyways, hope that helps. I need to take a quick break. My phone's been vibrating, so I think I need to help. So I'll be right back. I don't know how long, probably not too long, like 10 minutes max, 5 minutes. BRB, real quick. So where was I? Let's save this. Matt. All right, what's up, Matt? So this is both my first time submitting here and going for a perspective piece ever. I've sketched some ideas that I think could be implemented, but I had a hard time visualizing the scene. It felt pretty empty. It felt empty and stiff. I want to give a lot of my focus on design. That said, I'm wondering what I could improve on, and please don't hold back. Never mind. So I intended this for an NPC shop for a game. All right. Well, welcome, Matt. It's good to have you. Right on. So I don't know if you're here right now, but it'd be awesome to know, you know, what your goal is with this. What where you see yourself taking your art? Is this a just a serious hobby? Is it something that you consider as a career later? Which is it? What's the goal? So first I'm going for a perspective piece. Man. All right. First time, he says. All right. So overall, I think this looks really good. I don't see too much to fix in here. This is only the ramp that will need a little bit of help this year. But the detail, all of this stuff here looks pretty damn good, and that's a lot of work. And then yeah, the frame of the building as a whole, that seems all nice. The roof looks good too, and then the ceiling. Yeah, really good. I love the lighting too. That definitely adds a lot. So when it comes to the lighting, you know, lights is always, I don't want to say always, but light travels in a straight line, right? So if this is the light of the sun, that could not be possible because this light ray is coming from here, so suggesting that the light source is somewhere in the far distance in that direction. And then you have these God rays coming in at a different angle, suggesting that the light source should be somewhere up here instead. So two different light sources. Obviously, that's going to be a problem. So what you would want to do here is make sure that both of these are parallel. So let's say we take these here, the bottom to fix, because they're the easiest to fix maybe. Oh, yeah, you just want to make sure that these go in the same direction. And so like the little stamp that you have here would be somewhere up here instead. Not there. The only way that you could have a scene like that work is if you had a light source that's at the intersection of these two. So if you had like a big light source right here, like a spotlight on the outside that shoots light towards the building, then yeah, then that would kind of work. But it looks strange. So this doesn't feel like an artificial light. It feels more like the light of the sun. And so if that's in fact the case, you want to make sure that they are parallel. Yeah, perspective wise, yeah, really not a whole lot. really, really like the details in here. Super cute area. And even the swords are nicely drawn in perspective. Everything has thickness. Very good, very good. So now, talking about the ramp, because I think that's pretty much the only thing here. Yeah, I don't even need to check. Actually, went here. Yeah, all of that looks really good. The ramp, the issue with the ramp is that from this point of view here, while we're above the horizon line, we should see the top of the what's that, railing? No, is it? The hand thingy thing. But as you get above the horizon, you would no longer be able to see on top of it because it would be lower. So it would have this kind of view from it, you know, so it would be looking at it from below. And if you can look at this from below, you can't see the top of it anymore. And so it would, this line right here, at some point would transition to be leading and transition to the silhouette of the ramp instead. So this one here, starting at the horizon, would slowly be more and more visible, like the top of it, slightly more and more visible until it reaches down here. And then from there, from below, this line here, this corner that we can see, would become the silhouette a little higher up. And then that would be becoming the side, the thickness of the whole thing. That would remain consistent throughout, following the red line. And so up here, what would happen is that you would see kind of the underside of the ramp as it gets higher and higher above the horizon. But still probably not that much. So let's say this is the angle. So this is how much you would see kind of like the bottom of it. Not too much, essentially. So you'd be seeing the side of it for the most part, for the longest part of the railing. Seems like that's the right word. Yeah, there you go. I was correct. And then only at the top here, you would see a little bit of the underside, and towards the bottom here, you'd be able to see a little bit of the top of it. So at the horizon is where you see where you don't see the bottom and where you don't see the top. So like right at this point here, you'll only be seeing the side of it. And that's that. So you want to give a lot of focus on the design. So design-wise, what are these? These are the doors, I'm guessing. Very cool. Love the finish on these two. Nice wood texture. Yeah, so for this one here, you chose what? The diamond shapes. Diamond shapes repeated here in the railing. You got a diamond shape here too. That's nice. Nice. And those doors look really good. Scene felt empty and stiff. So there's a few things, you know, that can fill up a scene and that can fill up a room like this. Like stuff on the ground usually helps. So when you have like patterns like this where it's repeated a lot, that makes it feel maybe a little empty. So having like a nice little rug around the table here, and like, you know, for inspiration, look at home decor magazines. Really good inspiration. How they treat a room, how they dress it up. So it could be like a skin, like an animal skin on the floor. Pelt. You could have also some lights in here. So if this is the table, you know, usually above a table you're gonna have something hanging, maybe like a sort of chandelier, some light fixture. Are there gonna be other light sources in here? I see like a little thing there. Is that a lamp? That's cool. Maybe you can have a bunch more. Also, you have one here. Yeah, nice. Maybe a few lamps, a few more, like some torches on the wall, or some candles, kind of spread throughout. And here at the entrance, got another little mat. Maybe something going down the stairs, like a carpet on the stairs, going down and then extending all the way to the outside here, kind of like a welcoming VIP carpet. And then some furniture in here, so you know, some chairs that would maybe help when you have a table. Some chairs, and then on chairs you can have stuff on chairs. You can have like, I don't know, maybe somebody left a jacket. Basically, you know, what makes a cool environment is that you can tell the story. You can tell who lives there. You can tell what the place is used for. You can tell how old, how new the place is, the kind of state that it's in. Yeah, it should be able to tell a story. So imagine kind of the life of the person that lives there. What did they do? What do they like? You almost have to like create an imaginary character that lives there, to then dress it up accordingly. So for style, for design, that's kind of what I would focus on. Because this room is pretty good already. You don't need a whole lot of stuff here to make it feel, you know, full. And then it could be also in the architecture, like the kind of stuff the kind of choices that they make. So you have like a curved doorway here. Maybe that's something that they did in the treatment of the beams up here too. So maybe those are kind of stylized. Maybe they're thicker beams, just bigger, so that you can have like some details in them. Maybe like on the inside here, you know, like some of these shapes in the corners. Yeah, maybe like these beams here sticking out, make it look a little more old school, more vintage. And what's the stuff that you can do with it? So yeah, maybe looking at like old lodges in magazines or on Google. But yeah, references. And I heard this saying that the stairs feel a bit big. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. So I think I can hear the scale of things is a little bit strange. So like the door, you know, when you enter a door, like you're not gonna bump your head on the top here. So there's a little bit of space. So let's say this is 6 feet tall ish, maybe 6 feet tall up here. That's a very high table. You know what I mean? That's if you go next to it, you're kind of like this. So pretty high. So maybe lowering that a bit. Same idea with this table here. This is also pretty big table, pretty high. Or maybe it's just a matter of just making the door slightly bigger. Put this one up here instead. Maybe we wouldn't get that, and maybe the stairs wouldn't need to be changed then. Yeah, it feels like the door maybe for the height of things in the room feels a bit short. And the stairs definitely quite large. So let's say this is 3 feet tall, half of the 6 feet. 3 feet tall. So 2 stairs, 3 feet. So 1.5 feet per stair. What is that? Is that about this much? that's a big stair. Maybe like half of that would work better. So like double the amount of stairs for that door. So yeah, so some adjusting here to do in terms of the scale of things. And one thing that I would keep in mind always is have like a clear point of reference where you can always measure things against. Doors are great for that. So you can always tell, like this is 3 feet right here. So what is it? What is 3 feet back there? You can just starting with your vanishing line here towards the vanishing point. 3 feet back here would be this tall, and then you can do that for the whole room. Very useful to make sure that to maintain good scale of things. Yeah, and then when it comes to your shape language, so far so good. It's pretty timid in terms of the repetition of stuff. So yes, you have like small details that are diamond shaped, but I think you could push that a lot more. The diamond shape is pretty angular. It's pointy, it's straight. It feels weird to have a door that's curved next to that. So maybe it's like a fat diamond shape or like a curved diamond. So instead of being like all straight, maybe it has a little bit more character to it. Maybe something like that, or like a fat version. So instead here, you wouldn't have these super sharp angles. It might work better for the kind of door that you have. And we have like some curves here too. Maybe you can introduce some curves in the roof here, so like cutting these differently. But yeah, I would try to reuse the main shapes the main shape that you go for, that you want to go with here, a little more throughout to unify the shape language in the scene. But that's all I got for now. That helps. Very cool stuff. So, moving on to Scott here. Let me take another bite of this shake. All right, Scott. All right, I am well, Scott. Hope you're doing good. So, hands mostly better. So this is all I can manage. This is all strictly from imagination. Yes. Very good test. All right, so the characters that are standing, that have the least amount of foreshortening, but really good. That's what we're doing here. Maybe the hands, like maybe the lower part of the body is a little small in comparison to the top. Like if I were to like unbend and rotate, never mind. Actually works quite well. I was gonna say maybe, because I always look, at these, try to find where the crutch is. Pubis is where usually we'll consider placing the halfway point of the body. So, that's a half. Unbend the legs. Maybe they're this tall now. They're not bent anymore. So he's pretty tall. He's got a pretty tall torso. But that might just be because the box here for the pelvis is pretty tall. Maybe if you just chop that here, stand that up there a bit more, then we're a little closer to the halfway point. It feels better. So just always keep that in mind, that reference point here. Crotch equals half the height for stylized proportions. In reality, humans look more like that. Shorter legs. It's just not as cool. Not as cute. In my opinion. The other ones. these poses, I mean, they're really good. They're really good. Gesture maybe feels a little stiff. Like this one here, we're close to a straight line here, so any chance you get to just curve that, make that a little bit more intense, like arch the back, have this stick out some more. Can you lift the knee a bit more? Can you extend the leg backwards a bit more? That arm looks really good. Nothing to change here. This one here, maybe that angle is not the best. Maybe something that's a little bit more opened up so we can see it better. Or maybe something like reaching for something in the front. But yeah. So just pushing what you have already a bit more. These are great to do after a session of gesture drawing, just to warm up. But this is a tricky pose here. Did it really well. Yeah, that one too. Just like the position of the hands, a little strange, just a weird pose, but it works. Like I understand what it is. Man, it's got really good. So yeah, you just gotta get that stiffness out a little bit more. So always sprinkling in some gesture drawing in here, or just starting the whole process with a few gesture drawings just to warm up. But yeah, these are really solid. Good stuff. That helps. Moving on to sumo. Happy New Year. a little late. Happy New Year to you too. So I've been working on my personal project, and I wanted to know the process of students having the certificate, please. Yeah, so whenever your personal project is done, so whenever you have, what did I say, like 15 pieces or something like that, just shoot me a link. You can message me however you like. Shoot me a link with everything. It could be just your portfolio online, it could be a link to a Dropbox folder, Google Drive folder, whatever. I'll cover everything. If it looks like you did good, then I'll send you the certificate. If not, I might have a little bit of feedback, some things to work on. But yeah, that's kind of the process. So it's a personal project. That's what it is. That's right, Emilio. But you'll see, 15 is not that much, especially considering this whole program is meant to be tackled over 2 years, maybe more. And if for those that start with not a whole lot. So yeah, you have plenty of time. That's just a lot of time to create just 15 pieces. So it seems like a lot like that, but as you work on them over time, like, oh, another one, and next thing you know, you have like 20 of them. You're like, oh, which one am I gonna choose? But yeah, information. This human discover ethereal. So there are giant human-like things that mostly think instead of act. They lost some features to get new powerful ones, seen as gods or threats. The girl is the main character and she is a mixed species. An exemption. She's reviving him or giving him new features since he mentally suffered without it. Alright. So they're like in a coma. So they can't move. Huh. I So I'm trying to think of how the heck you could communicate some of that stuff. Like looking at the image here, it looks like she's either discovered this person. No, never mind. I thought she was holding like trick or treat. Yeah, she looks like she's casting some sort of spell, but it's not clear that she's trying to help. It's not clear that she's necessarily evil or good. Yeah, Emilio, because the idea is that that should be enough, to essentially populate a portfolio from nothing. So you'll have a full portfolio to show for your work. But yeah, some more. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff here. I love, like, that's a super cool idea. Just it's really hard to have it come across as an illustration. Because it doesn't, it doesn't look like this person is winning right now. It looks like they lost, they're dead or something. It doesn't seem like a good trade-off. So maybe if they were sitting somewhere instead, like looking all like nice and mighty, but like just sleeping. Not sleeping, but like, eyes closed and controlling something, but still kind of sitting in a commanding position. They feel pretty vulnerable like this, laying on the ground. So what I'm getting out of this, even knowing the story, it feels more like she's either taking advantage, like trying to cast like a weird spell on the giant. Yeah, if she was doing like something else, I think there needs to be something else in here. I don't know exactly what, but something else to convey that story a little bit better. But so far, like just technically speaking, the character, she looks very nice shading on her. Good good anatomy. Maybe this hand looks a little weird. Like she would probably be more relaxed, instead of having the hand like this. It would probably be more like that. It's a slight difference, but like the wrist down, kind of resting, feels more comfortable. Almost like when you hold a mouse, you don't hold your mouse like this, like the hovering over. Instead, you put your palm on the table. It's just more comfortable. So I'll do something similar to this one here, maybe. Something that feels like she's a little bit more relaxed about this. That looks hot. Yeah, position of the hand, I would tweak that a little bit. Also, it's like very close to her body. Seems like she could relax a bit more. Yeah, love the shading on here. Looks very nice. Like Fud is saying, I think you could go maybe a little deeper in your values. But I mean, if you're gonna just try to avoid like having this color and like the main color for the body kind of be the same, which it is right now. It's identical. Maybe have the background a little darker, a little brighter, like white. And for this guy here, yeah, the majority of the issue is going to be just the shading here around the neck, making sure that this reads more like a big cylinder. So I would shade it just as a cylinder initially, and then kind of add the features on top of that. Cylinder. Maybe a little bit more work on that, but yeah, this is a case of finding a reference. You know, just need to rotate like anybody that's standing up. You just need to rotate it in the right angle. Like find a model online. You can use the one that's the anatomy model that's on the forum QBrush on the QBrush forums, and just rotate it in the right angle, and then kind of draw what you see here, shaded the way that it should. Because right now, I feel like the shading is a little bit off. Around the neck area here, and like going into the clavicles here, and but other than that, really cool idea, but I like this contrast a lot, big versus small. It's always like just cool, weird thing to look at. Very interesting. Yeah, the characters looks really good. Like, I don't want to influence the direction of the painting too much, but I would try to make the connection between the two more obvious. What's happening there more obvious? Is it like if it's a ritual, maybe there's something more going on. So maybe like she painted the face, or something like that, with some, I don't know, some signs on the face that make it part of the ritual, or maybe he's dressed up in a particular way. Maybe something's happening here, like maybe the eyes are like reacting differently, or maybe the mouth is open, and there's something in it. I don't know. Maybe it's just like jewelry or something to make that relationship a little bit more obvious. But so far, so good. Very nice. Yeah, just that hand. And then the neck area here, but yeah. Well, that helps. Moving on. Timon, what's up, dude? So welcome to the art school live stream. It's good to have you. So I've been watching your art school weekly streams from YouTube, and now decided to join. Awesome. Welcome. So I'm new here, and I started last month. Now I'm doing first assignments for the first term. It takes quite long for me to get proportions right, so doing even one drawing takes time. So is my process slow, or do I just need more practicing? I think you know what I'm gonna say. But yeah, who said it so well last time? I forget. I should remember because it was really well said. But speed is just a reflection of your experience. So a lot of experience, a lot of speed. Little experience, little speed, it goes hand in hand. You can't really do anything meaningful that will just focus on your speed. So I wouldn't worry about it. It will come with time. It always does. So there's never been a case that I've observed where somebody was, like maybe applying for a job or something like that, and their speed, or like joining as like a junior artist or something, and then the speed did not match that experience level. I can't recall a single instance. So whenever somebody comes in that's a junior, we expect that they're gonna be kind of slow, and it always fits right in our expectations. Whenever somebody joins as a senior, it should be a little faster, obviously. It always fits pretty much in the expectations. So yeah, it's something that just it comes with experience. So don't ever worry about the speed, how long it takes you to do things. It's not a reflection of anything other than your experience. It's not good or bad that you're fast or slow. And yeah, like I will say, this is a really nice drawing, so it's normal that it took you a little bit. Yeah, like an hour, it's not that big of a deal for something that's this polished. What I would tell you though is to spend a little bit less time on details, you know, like going from... Also, this is 90 minutes. Wait, what's the difference between the two? Yeah, like if it were me, I would kind of stop here. I don't think this was worth it, like to double the time. You probably didn't gain that much here, you know, like you cleaned up your lines maybe a little bit, but I would stop here, or maybe like in between this step and this step. So somewhere around here, I think would be like the sweet spots, like 45 minutes, I think would be enough. Because the details at this stage really do not matter. So you don't want to waste time doing that kind of stuff. Like the anatomy, the exact position of the muscle, all those details. You save that for later. Like I wouldn't worry about that just yet. It's all about proportions now. So small details, get that out of here and focus just on proportions, making sure that as soon as possible you can draw characters, you know, just from imagination that don't look necessarily anatomically correct, but that have the right proportions. So like a simpler character made out of cylinders and boxes, making sure that you can draw that with the right proportions. So not too big, not too tall, not too short, head in good proportion to the rest of the body, all those things. Yeah, and then here, instead of tackling the process like a photocopy, you know, kind of going like this little detail here plays that little detail here, that little line there plays that line there. It's not necessarily bad to do it this way if you're just looking to copy this one-to-one. It's just that you don't learn as much doing that. So I would always try to kind of construct it a little bit, at least the same that you would do for a gesture drawing. So kind of just a rough estimate of where the head is, and like kind of block it in. You know, don't be too timid about this. Put that on a different layer if you want, so that you can just erase it after, or just get rid of it easily. And so yeah, start with like the main body proportions, the main volumes, the main masses, and then after that you can fine tune and work on the details. But always start big to small, always. So like where the torso is approximately, it's right in the middle. So boom, right down the center. Then the hips maybe a little bit to the front, so a little bit off center. And then what you're gonna get, legs here. All right, how do you make this work now? So now you can go in here and like measure stuff a little bit more accurately. But start with construction. Don't go into details, and don't try to copy one-to-one. You need to do like, it's the in between, the analysis in the middle that needs the emphasis. That's the most important part. And hand and feet at this point, you know, you can just draw mittens. You don't need to draw like individual fingers or anything like that, or toes. Like that's good for this one here, for this hand. I mean, that would be good, you know, something like this. Boom, that's a hand. We understand, you know, it's clear. So he's grabbing something. You don't need the details. Proportions only. But it is a nice drawing, so it's just that you don't need to make it this nice, you know, for this particular exercise. It's not the point necessarily. It does look very nice though, so yeah. Hope that helps. Moving on to Preston. Ooh. Let me take another bite. Delicious vegan protein. Oh man, that tastes like dirt. Delicious dirt. All right, Preston. So this week I practiced some more construction and placing the anatomy on those constructions. Oh, nice. Very nice. I also tried to put clothes on one of them. The design itself is random, so no questions, concerns regarding that. I know I need to practice folds and anatomy more, but I'm curious where I'm at in terms of drawing characters. So yeah, there you go. That's the process, right? Perfect. Boom. Start with just simple gesture drawings and then focus on the construction to make sense of it, and then slap on some anatomy, muscle, more muscle, and then you end up with a character that looks pretty cool. And then you're like, yeah, oh yeah, that's nice. That doesn't need to just be a study. I can make this into something more. And then you have some fun with it. And then all of a sudden, it's no longer a study. It's something that's more creative, feels better. Feels like you contributed a little bit more to the whole thing. You're not just copying off of a reference. It makes you feel better. So curious where you're at in terms of drawing characters. And the other thing I did was practice arm anatomy again, and hence, like you recommended, I will continue practice anatomy, but I was wondering if I could start concepting characters and if my anatomy isn't perfect yet. Of course, your anatomy is not going to be perfect for a long time, really long time. Mine isn't perfect, far from it. So it's a kind of like an ongoing thing until you die from old age. So don't wait for that. If it's fun for you, just do it. Follow the fun. That's what I did for the, that's what I also did when I was a little younger. I mean, that's still what I do now. So start with gesture, and if something turns out cool, then you make it into a character. It's a really good process. It's what I recommend. So by any means, yes, please do. And yeah, so like I said, the process is on point here. That's exactly what you want to be doing. Always from reference. So I don't know if you were using references for these, but you should always just make sure that things are in correct proportions. And just always a reminder of what should be correct, so that you don't stray too far off. But like these, it's pretty good. It's just like this leg here seems very big. Like even if there's some foreshortening going on here, yeah, probably like the angle of the foot here is a little bit weird. Like it would probably be pointing towards us a bit more. It's really hard to open your legs this much. So like that knee here, probably be a little bit more towards the center, towards the inside. I mean, you could probably rotate it, but anyways, it's just like it's where it's planted. That's a little bit off. So like the shape of the foot, if you want it facing forwards, doesn't really matter. It's just the angle here. It doesn't feel like it's laying flat on the floor. And it's also just a little big compared to the other one. So slightly smaller than would work the best. And this guy's head, maybe a little bigger. Just a little bigger, because now it seems kind of small. Yeah, same thing with this character too. The head's a little small. I mean, it makes him look massive, like he's got a huge body. Maybe that's what you wanted. Yeah, process here is on point. Just like I said, reference. Make sure that you always have a reference to look back at, just to make sure that proportions remain correct, that you have always a reference for anatomy. You're not winging anything unless you know 100% for a fact that it's correct what you're drawing. Any doubt, look a reference. Very nice. Very nice, very nice arms. So for the most part, in here, the biggest issue is the wrist. So it's not so much the hands, like the finger itself, the finger themselves, fingers, but the connection to the wrist, to the rest of the arm, and that plays a huge part in the gesture of the hand. What? Stop it. like here, for example, would have the hand go like this, and then it's kind of like a buffer area in between. So get a little bit of a dip here, and then the palm kind of takes over. Just want to make sure that you have that drop, the change of angle. Using all sorts of colors right now. Woo. Let's this change of angle that you want to really emphasize. It's like the main reason why like this is not quite working. But first of all, this is kind of a weird angle for the finger to bend. This is the top of the hand. I think it would just keep going in the same direction. All these fingers would. But other than that, yeah, it's just like the connection here to the wrist. So like this feels weird. If you had the rest of the palm here connecting to the wrist properly, then suddenly this hand looks a lot better. A little better. Let's not exaggerate. I didn't do that great of a job, but this one here, again, so always going to be a little closer to the outside of the hand. On the inside here, it's always more space here than there is on this side. So it's not centered, like the fist is not centered completely. From this angle, that looks better. Closer to the outside of the hand here again. A little wider wrist for those big hands, those big fingers. Again, slightly thicker wrists. But your hands, they look quite good. We can clearly understand what's going on here. It's gonna be like just small details, like here. Again, if you have like a bunch of shapes overlapping one another, so like one shape, one sphere, another sphere behind, like you're always gonna get this curve here. So the one that's in front, the one that's closer, always overlapping the other one in that order, like pointing towards the horizon, right? So these curves are not gonna be this way. That would kind of deform, that would mess up the perspective if you went like this. Now it's like, it's not unclear, like, wait, this one behind and this one in front? So you kind of get that here a little bit. Just making sure that all these curves are correct, going towards the other fingers. Yeah, and then when you draw hands, you know, like practice drawing these things here. So like where the knuckles are, the big shapes that make up, the big volumes that make up the hands, because it makes a huge difference. It helps to construct them. So you're gonna have the first knuckle here. That's where thumb is gonna attach onto. So probably we need to attach a little bit lower for this to work. And the rest is okay, but yeah, and any angle that you draw them, construct them first. I don't know, maybe you did, but it's important. The construction, once again, the most important part of this whole thing. So maybe, okay, so maybe like the reference was like really like flexing like crazy and maybe in a weird angle. Yeah, so if that was, you know, if that was something on the reference, that's something else. overall these feel pretty good. So it's just like the wrist usually. So pay closer attention to that moving forward, and make sure that you construct a hand at least to some degree, that you're not just like free-handing, free drawing, looking at a reference. That's not nearly as good to improve. That helps. Very nice stuff. Moving on. All right, Joey. Ooh. So, you've been well. Yes, I have. I hope you've been well too. So I've been working on term 2. This is my attempt at recreating the shading assignments. I was wondering if you could show how you painted this. I feel like my attempt wasn't very efficient. I'm not really sure how to create the clean edges. I mean, they look pretty much identical. Your highlights maybe a little bit brighter here, but just darken that a bit. I mean, I can show you, but I think you got it, dude. That looks really good. Yeah, there's really not a big gap here in the in the quality. But how I did it, I forgot. But let's try to do it again. So first, start with the shape. Line art first, because it's quicker. You can go quick, you can go rough, and then fix it later. The shading. All right. So now the light is coming from this angle. So now that we have like clean faces, it's a little bit easier to tell which one is going to be receiving the light the soonest, the more directly. So this one here, this face here is right in front of the light, so it's going to be the brightest. This one is on the opposite side, but maybe you'll be able to catch some of the more parallel rays. So probably a little bit of light here too, but maybe not as much. The front here, since this is coming at an angle, will be lit a little bit more directly as well, but not as much as this one. So that would probably be number 2. This would be number 3, and then the other ones here, the ones that are pointing down, facing the light the least. This one is on the opposite side, so that's probably the one that loses, number 5. And then here we have number 4. So this is the intensity scale of the values, essentially. So number 1 being the brightest, number 5 being the darkest. You just have to keep that in mind. And then let's just start with the darkest color that will go, and then go from there. So we have the 2 extremities. We have the darkest and the brightest being white. And now we reduce the intensity here, maybe a little bit less for that side, a little bit less even for that side. Actually, maybe a bit more here. So we have clear distinction between all the values. And here you're gonna get a little bit again, but on the side here should be a little darker, just a little. You just want to make sure that each of these are different. So as long as when you tap, when you color pick, as long as this keeps moving up, you're good. Tick, 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 tick. All right. So something like that. And then for the edges always, like the corners, the corners always catch more light, so we can always go lighter. And so you kind of look at like the difference between the 2 here. This is the brightest, and so the corner will be slightly brighter than that, but not too bright. So maybe not white everywhere, but just brighter than the 2 colors. Up here, that's gonna be quite bright. Down there, I'm just gonna go white everywhere and then kind of darken it from there. So I found the corner to be the brightest here, so I'm just gonna darken this just a bit, so that the corner is gonna stand out a little extra. And then you can darken these, not facing as directly. That side is not facing the light as directly. And then you can introduce some gradients just to make it a little nicer. A little darker down here. The tip maybe a little darker. So like to give it kind of this rounder shape, so it's not super angular. It's a little more rounded. Yeah, something like that. So let's stop here. But that's kind of the process. Now that I look at this, it should probably be a little lighter here. But yeah, just making sure that there is clear, distinction between the values. And that's basically the construction. Not too complicated. So you start very rough, very bold, and then you polish on the house. Maria. So I'm good. How are you? This past week I've been dealing with my first tendonitis. On my left arm. But I managed to draw these traditional hands in the beginning of the week. Any advice for the hands at this point? Also, is there some knowledge you have to share so that I can avoid this type of injury? Those damn injuries, they ruin everything. Tendonitis, how the hell do you get that in the first place? Is it like in the wrist or the elbow? Or anyways, I am no doctor, so I'm just some art teacher. But what I do to make sure that I don't injure myself long term, I've never injured myself long. That's not true. I've had carpal tunnel many years ago. I think it was in 2013, something like that. So many years ago. I had to wear like something that immobilized my wrist, so I couldn't move it. So like to give it a rest for a few months. But after that, like I learned my lesson. All right, no more long stretches of time where I just draw nonstop. That's very bad. Every 5 minutes I take a break. So every 5 minutes I go like not release anything, but like like loosen up my joints in the hands at least. So I never stay in any position for more than 5 minutes. Because imagine that you're at the gym and you take like a dumbbell and you go like shoulder exercise like this, where you lift it to the side and then you hold it like this for 5 minutes. This muscle here is gonna die. That's gonna hurt. And it's gonna fill up with lactic acid, and it's gonna start to burn a lot, and eventually be like, I can't take this pain, so you release. And that acid is there to tell you that it's not good for your muscle. Muscle is kind of at its limit. Like the muscle fibers tearing up, and then you release. But in the hands, you don't get that as much. You don't have as much acid in there to tell you that the muscle is overworked. So you're not gonna get that warning as much. And so it's very important that you always make it a habit to just loosen up, to make to get the blood flow going, to release any tension that you have, because still a bunch of muscles in here. They work just the same way. They can get tired. So that's all I do. That's it. Just if that's hard, to make sure that every 5 minutes you kind of loosen up, just put a timer, something that beeps beep, and then you're like, oh, all right, drop the pen, kind of loosen up, stretch a little bit, and then go back in. It doesn't need to take too long, just a few seconds, and then you're back into it. And that saved me all this time. Maybe I have indestructible arms that don't need much maintenance. I don't know, probably not. So if that's helped me, maybe it'll help you. And also, completely unrelated, but I was watching a documentary that was talking about, you know, lefties and like right-handed people, left-handed people, and how, like, genetically speaking, it's almost, I think they were saying that like the main reason why everybody was right, why most people, most of the population is right-handed, or at least was right-handed in like a big period of time, was that the tools that people use were usually easier to use with the right hand. I don't understand the logic. I would need to watch it again, but it was like an evolution thing where, because of the use of tools, people were using their right hands more, and so like using the left hand became kind of useless, kind of pointless, and so that's where it started to go away. But now recently they were saying that it's kind of this potential genetic advantage to be a lefty in some cases, so like it's starting to be more and more frequent. Anyways, I just thought it was interesting that they were explaining it as almost an evolutionary advantage, something that might be positive than, you know, compared to what most people might think, that, oh, everybody's right-handed. If you're not right-handed, you're kind of weird. But like for fighting, you know, it's a clear advantage, because you're always used to fighting people that fight with their dominant hand, their right hand. And when you have somebody that fights that is used to fighting with the other hand, then suddenly most people don't know how to react, because they don't have as much experience fighting those people, because the majority are not them. So if you always train with right-handed people, and then suddenly like a lefty comes out and you have no experience dealing with that, then you're screwed. And they have the complete opposite. They're used to dealing with people that are right-handed, and so it's easier for them. So it's like a huge disadvantage in that particular scenario. Obviously, most people knew that. I'm just rambling, so let's keep going. All right. This is really good. Really good. This one here. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, this fist too. It's quite nice. I love like all the details here, the fingers. It's just get the overall shape of the fist, maybe. Like having this more rounded. So the pinky's a little shorter, and the middle finger. Middle finger is at the top of the mountain, king of the hill, so that the distance between the knuckles is always greater with the middle finger and less with the pinky. Love these. That looks awesome. Yeah, maybe this one a little too much space in between the fingers, but that looks good. It's very good. Especially like seen from the side, like the fingers are gonna overlap a little bit more, so you'll see the gap even less. When they're facing like this, more likely you'll see the gap, but the second that the fingers turn here, like all the gaps disappear, right? So even if they're positioned weird, it's hard to see. It's only in certain scenario that you'll be able to. The wrong side. Yeah, maybe. I think it just needs a bit more mass here. Yeah, overall really good. Yeah, this one, it's mostly just the thumb, like the body of the thumb here, down here. I think, yeah, in relation to the rest of the hand, I think that needs to be a little bigger, but it looks really good, all these hands. So take care of your own now, because these look quite nice. There we go. Hope that helps. Moving on to Alessandro. All right. That's cool. It's a cool character. What is that? So I am doing good. Thanks, Alessandro. Hope you're good too. So 2 weeks ago, you suggested I try to stylize the whole body of my drawings, not only the face as I did until now, to see how it could go. Last week, you suggested that I take one of my gesture drawings and find cool and use it to draw something finished. Yes. Coming full circle here, right on the money. Exactly what I've been saying since the beginning of the stream. So I took those recommendations and did the 3 drawings here. Any reviews would be appreciated. Style, proportion, painting, anything that goes. All right. So you did those 3? Whoa, that's so different between this one and that one. Very different. You can probably see in my eyes this slight confusion. Like this is like the finish on this one here. This has a lot more. It's just a lot more aesthetic. I don't think it's necessarily the style. It's just like the line quality, the weight of your lines. Just the design's cool. You know, you have a spiky shoulders. That's a yes in my book. Yeah, man, that character looks awesome. Damn, super cool. Like everything is nice about this. The proportion's nice, the style is nice, the line quality is awesome. Just really cool design. Your use of the ratios, like the composition of the outfit is on point. Have a little bit of black here, more and more towards the top. Yes. More bare areas down here, so that naturally we're kind of, inclined to look at the details here towards the top of the character, towards the focal point. Shape language too, like opening in here, opening there, a small opening there. This is nice. Exactly, Alex. That last part, more specifically, yes. Yeah, so I'm a little out of words. Really nothing to say about this. That's on point, really on point. Maybe I was gonna say maybe the hands here, maybe that could be a little longer, like longer arms, slightly. Maybe. But I really like this style. If you ask me, do this all the time. It's super aesthetic. That one's nice too. Yeah, I think it's just the line quality is not nearly as good. The design is more simple, so it's just not as flashy. But just proportions, like talking about proportions, like the. Yeah, this feels better. She's like a little more slender. Just it's more aesthetic. That's it. This one's really good too. It's just the style. The style's not there. The base, the foundation of the drawing is solid. Yeah, nice folds. Nice. This guy too, but I feel like where you have these nice folds here, like you're not really pushing that as much in the shaded version. So that's the only thing that's kind of missing. This makes it feel a little bit more amateur because of that. Like the folds are not treated with as much love, maybe. But the shading overall is still quite nice. The character is really nice too. Yeah, so proportions, check, no problem here. The drawing, I'm a very big fan of this. That's a clear winner. For me at least. Of the style of the design, like this is it's textbook awesome. And then when it comes to the shading and coloring, that kind of stuff, I would tone down the contrast a bit. Like your dark colors are very dark, your bright colors are very bright. I would kind of find maybe like a middle ground there, where maybe this doesn't go as bright, and also does not go as dark. And when you go dark, try to desaturate a little bit. It always helps to, like when you have desaturated shadows and slightly more saturated highlights, it's just an easy way to think of approaching coloring that makes it look good most of the time. At least it's not too much, it's not too saturated. It's maybe easier to manage to, I don't know, just a little bit saturated like this, but you don't have some deep saturated blues, because saturation attracts attention. So like my eye was going to the side of the cape here for no reason, you know, there's nothing of interest over here. Saturation attracts attention. Contrast attracts attention. Yeah. So that's it. It's really just the shading. So the colors themselves, no problem. It looks nice. It's gonna be the contrast between all of this. The highlights, contrast in values, contrast in colors, contrast in saturation, all sorts of contrasts. Like this, even if this is dark, when it's lit, it should be still quite bright. Maybe some bounce light in the scene too. So things will be a little bit brighter than that. Because it seems quite sunny, you know? You get a lot of glare. So it's not like he's chilling at night. He's out during the day. Seems like a bright and sunny day. So the sun would do its job. It would light up this dude. And as you go down towards the feet of the character, that contrast gets less and less and less. But yeah, so contrast in general, just keep those in check. Like the red here is it's pretty aggressive. Red is an exciting color already, so saturated red, very exciting. So for things that for reds that don't need to attract too much attention, desaturate them a lot and should get better results. Keep the saturation for the areas where it really counts. Yeah, like down here in the cape, you know, you get some bounce light from the ground. Bright ground bounces back up here. So yeah, towards the bottom here, you can go a little lighter. Introduce a cool gradient here. Top. So that's okay, but for everything else, try to reduce the saturation a bit in the shadows. Same here, like very saturated here. So I'll stop there. Well, that helps, Alessandro. Alex, do I use the halfway to black value system? I don't know what that is, so probably not. So the main reason why I'm not going to use like a set not logic, but a set system for values is that it's always relative. So I'll use that I'll use the maximum and the minimum to give myself the range of values that I'll be playing with, and after that it's just a matter of figuring out where all of the elements fall in between, you know, in that range, depending on how close they are to the light source, depending on how their faces face the light source. So yeah, I don't know that system, so I'll look it up, but that contrast, you know, contrast in anything is always relative. So you could shade using a set value scale, and then let's say you want to make it overexposed a little bit, just because that's the style that you want to go for. Maybe you want something that's a little bit darker because it's like a spooky painting. Then you're gonna play with that, and that's gonna change. As long as it changes, as long as everything changes along with it, not just some values change, but like as long as the whole range of values for the painting changes, relatively speaking, relative to each of the different values, you can do pretty much whatever you want. So yeah, I like to use the range of values as kind of my guidelines. I don't know. Like I said, I'll look it up. I don't know. I don't know what that particular system is. Lazarus, your turn indeed. On the chopping block. Ooh. I hope you're doing well. Apologies for the amount of pieces I haven't been able to post for critique due to schedule. And I wanted to show you my progress. Not looking to have my art fixed, just looking for advice on things to improve upon in the future. Or any bad habits that show in my work that I haven't noticed. Gotcha. Oh, I like this. What? What am I looking at? I'm not sure of the ordering. Alright, so this is January. Of when? Okay, so this is January this year. Got it. So March. It's all this year, right? So alright, so this is from the start. Alright, okay, got it. Gotcha. Well, you know, one thing to keep in mind is that in like 2-3 months, you're probably not gonna see a whole lot of progress, especially on like really complex pieces where you're just juggling a ton of stuff. It will be a lot more obvious in for certain things. So like if you've been practicing characters, you've been practicing environments. Also, like depending on how much you produce during those months, that's gonna impact too. But these are all very nice. So what to improve for the future? Things that you maybe have not noticed. Like the main thing that impacts these illustrations the most is the value range, kind of what we were just talking about, and how the range is maybe a little too big for, in some cases, like yeah. It's gonna be mostly values. So I think sometimes you just go a little too dark and you don't necessarily need it. Like this one here. If it were brighter, you should just pop some more, and you can have, maybe that's too much, but yeah, like just try to avoid almost near black. Unless, like, this color you should almost only use for things that are like holes and cracks and like crevices, that kind of stuff. Any other scenario, or like in the middle of a fold or something like that. But in all other instances, almost always, especially if the face is this bright next to it, there's going to be enough light bouncing around the scene that it will brighten this up. It will give it more values overall. And so the black color here in this case, like you would save for this, you know, like the cracks here and between seams, like right underneath this little trim there. But for everything else, just brighten it up. Just don't use black. Same thing with the hair. Hair is pretty shiny too, so it will reflect a lot of the light, a lot more than this. And if it's like really like dark hair, then it will be mostly reflecting just the ambient light, so it's not gonna really show its own color. It's dark, it's black, you know, like black hair. So the highlight will be a little bit more blue in that case, if it were dark hair. But there'd be more of a reflection there. Essentially, don't go to black. try to avoid that. Like here, it's too dark. Don't go to black. Because the issue with that is that it always creates like these areas that might not be what you wanted. These areas of really, really high contrast that might attract the attention too much for no reason. So like here, you know, like her face is not really what attracts the most attention. That's not where the most of the contrast is. The most of the contrast is here. So you have some super saturated red, super saturated blue, and then really, really big difference in values too. So a lot of contrast in colors and a lot of contrast in value. So very bright, very dark. The rest almost, you know, you don't even notice it's there. So for this to work better, it would be like adjusting those contrasts. Because the illustrations themselves, like the composition in here, it's always nice. Characters look cool. Drawing looks nice. There's yes, dynamic. It's fun to look at. It's just the contrast is a little too intense. It kind of brings them down as a result. It's like for this to work, let's desaturate this a lot. And like those gray, like those areas of less saturation, such a bad way to say it, but those desaturated areas, it gives like a little bit of rest to the eye. So it's always nice to have that contrast between desaturated colors and saturated colors. It's like think of saturation as like the icing on a cake. Like you want a little bit, right? It adds a nice touch, but you don't want it to be all icing, because then it's too much. You're like, oh man, that's too sweet. Same here, we're going to saturate everything. So that the eye doesn't go there directly. Less saturation, muddying up the colors. In that case, it's good. You don't want those colors to shout as loud. And then you can slowly increase the contrast, saturation, brightness here as you get closer to the head. and now, you know, it's, I mean, obviously super rough, but now it doesn't attract as much attention, doesn't scream as loud. And it's that stuff for all of them, pretty much. It's playing with that saturation level, that value range. It's just, yeah, like all of a sudden it's not as aggressive to look at, and there's more colors because you brought in some desaturated colors. It's just, it adds more richness to the whole thing. So saturating the colors, very important. So yeah, those two things that I would focus on, and brightness overall. Like a lot of these are a little too dark. Like that's dark overall. That's very dark overall. That's nice and bright, but some areas are really dark, even though it's super sunny outside. You know, like it's a lot of bounce light. Imagine any scene on the outside, you know, where the sun is out, as a room filled with these tiny beads, these tiny bouncing balls that bounce all around the place. And yeah, you know, there's gonna be a bunch of tiny balls that bounce off of this area, that area, this area, this area, that area, this area. So all of that is gonna be a lot brighter as a result. But man, these are really nice. Love the color choice in general. Like I said, composition's nice. Good shading. So moving forward, I would, yeah, values, saturation level. Just that is gonna make a huge difference. So, oh, that helps. Moving on. That beat. To who that? Who is this? Laura. All right, Laura. So I've spent the last 2 days drawing this. You're more than welcome, Lazarus. So spent the last 2 days drawing this artwork as a birthday present for friends. All you guys doing like paintings for friends makes me feel like I'm such a selfish person. I've never once did something like that. So I did my best to make use of everything I've learned in the course about light, bounce light, and shadow so far. So to draw the character in a semi-realistic style. I still feel like his abs don't really look right, but I'm not sure how to fix it without making him look too muscular. The purple parts of his body is burnt skin. Do you have any tips on how I could make it look better? I'm not really sure what to do with the background yet, so appreciate it if you point out anything else I could improve on. All right. I have no friends. Thankfully, I do, but you know what it is? The way that I used to see it was that, well, I could make something for them, but then that would be practice that's not optimal for my goal of becoming a professional one day. So I like you, but I'd rather keep working towards the right direction rather than taking a detour and potentially derailing my career by a few days. That's kind of how I saw it. Shading is really nice. I will say maybe go a little too dark in some areas, like kind of going to what I was just saying, but yeah, try not to go too pure black like this here. That's very dark. Like this guy, you know, is there is some shadows, right? So in the armpits here, it goes pretty dark, but everything else, even though it's a shadow, you can still read all the details here, and same over here. Yes, it's darker, but still everything is very clear. So that's kind of what I would recommend here. So toning down the contrast on the skin a bit more, on everything actually, But yeah, nice, very nice. Shading looks quite on point. Excuse me. So you're asking about the abs. So what I like to do is always to kind of draw them, not really thinking about the shading part at all, just laying them out and figuring out how I'm going to shade all of that later. All right, so fascia of the chest going into the abdominal group here. So nice. Smaller abs up here. Long and narrow abs, belly button, and then he's got like an extra set of abs here. Lucky. But yeah, usually it's kind of just this one mass for most people. And then in here, like the one thing that you'll want to make sure that you do is that the torso, like the abdomen with the obliques included, is always wider than the hips. So like the hips here, like seen from the front, you're gonna have your hips, and then the obliques gonna kind of stick out a bit. For guys at least, you know, so hips always much narrower than the waist. If that makes sense. Like waist here, hips down there, this is wider, that's smaller. Crutch. So yeah, I was just looking at this here, and like this feels, because this slope feels pretty feminine. Having like a nice oblique and then wider hips, that would be like perfect for like a female hips, female body. But for dudes, like you're gonna have this stick out some more. This take up less space than that. Little narrower butt cheeks, because the hip bone is narrower. I can't say that word. Narrower. Nailed it. And then from there, you kind of erase. So like I would shade this like super hardcore, like it's like he's shredded to the max with the right colors, of course, that would help. And then you kind of erase the stuff that you don't want. It's too much. But like I'm kind of just redoing what you had already, so like it's really good. Maybe like yeah, like towards the top here, like just organizing the abs slightly differently. Like if you want to draw, yeah, what matters the most is like right underneath here, and that's it. And making sure that the width is correct so it doesn't look like a female character. And then that's too much, right? So we can just kind of just erase it. Make it less defined. Like he's eating more and more and more. Getting fatter and fatter. Those details disappearing. Narrow butt cheeks, yes. Yeah, this guy doesn't look like he's wearing anything, huh? There you go, buddy. All I was doing is basically just doing that, right? So you take what's there already and just add a layer of fat on top. Reducing the contrast. Once again, talking about contrast. Now he's not as impressive, not as built, not as shredded. Still impressive. Not as much. This, ooh, dangerous. Oh, he's taking some time off from the gym. So yeah, it's that shape. So just make sure that you maintain this kind of shape here. So a little wider towards the top because it comes from the chest going into the abs. So wider towards the top like a funnel, and then gets very narrow towards the middle of the abs right here. And then after that kind of widens again and wraps up at the pubis here. Kind of that shape approximately. You can think of that. What kind of shape this is? It's scarab, like a beetle. I don't know. But as long as you maintain that kind of shape, it should look alright. So a little narrower here and then wider again. And then in his case, I think maybe his chest muscle is a little too high. You know, like you want to usually make sure that the chest is taller than it is wide. Just like for this guy here, you know, if you look at the contour of his chest muscle, it's this shape here. So very tall, not as wide. In your case, a little wider maybe. So having this go down some more, like reach all the way down in here, then you would have to compress all your abs. Maybe the abs wouldn't take as much space. It might not look as stretched anymore. Maybe that'd be better. Yeah, other than that, that looks really good. Yeah, be mindful of your values. Don't go too dark. Save the blacks for things that are very, very deep. Whenever you're painting a big area, like it should rarely be this dark unless you're going for something that's like super, super dark, where you're like really, really, you know, going for like that creepy mood. Other than that, save black for details, not areas of the house. Sorry, there's one more thing. How to treat the skin here, the burn skin. Yeah, burn skin. I mean, this doesn't look like burn skin at all, so it's hard to translate. Like that's, you know, it looks cool. It looks like different skin that's been attached on. It doesn't necessarily look burnt. Burnt skin, I mean, it's not good. It's not pretty. Trying to look it up. Oh boy. That real? I guess it is, huh? I guess it's pretty similar. Not the best quality photo, but all right. That's not the only example, of course. I'm sure there's different ones. Just like normally, like burnt skin will be the color of skin. It'll be just like really damaged, like rough looking, wrinkly, not even. That's why I'm trying to look for examples where the skin is like the coloration of the skin is different. Yeah, that's kind of the only one I could find. Real burnt skin is just, it's more textured. That's all it is. The main difference. It's gonna have maybe a little bit more pigmentation and stuff. It's like the pigmentation will be more uneven. Like in this case, that's pretty extreme. Maybe it hasn't healed yet. I don't know. But yeah, the main difference here, you know, it follows the same volume. Everything is just gonna be texture, detail on top, like noise to the skin. And less specular, so less shiny, just because again the surface is not as even. The second that you have a little bit of roughness to any surface, that impacts the reflectivity of it. or the how reflective it seems. Like it'll always be a little bit seem less reflective. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, for that maybe like let's try to make part of his abs damaged by burn. Yeah, I would probably use like a custom brush for that. Which one though? I've never drawn burn skin, so we're experimenting here. Something that's kind of bitsy. Not these. First thing I would try was probably something like this, like overlay mode, and then like a brush that has some rough texture to it to add damage, and then maybe tint it. What? Oops, that's why. Not even the right layer. Alright. Boom. Tint it, as I was saying. Yeah, like going for realistic, I would do something like that maybe. And then like on here you'd have to kind of treat the highlights also, like all the little bumps here, maybe make some of those reflect a little bit more light, add some extra texture, make it seem extra damaged. Going for realism, you know, I would go for something more like that. This is super stylized. I would have a hard time like translating that. It looks cool though, like what you have. It just doesn't necessarily look like burnt skin. It just looks like other skin, you know, like a hide that he got from like some animal or something. That's kind of what I would do probably if I'm trying to go for something that's realistic. But I don't have any problem with this though. Like I don't mind the look of that. That looks kind of cool. It's interesting. I would shade it in consequence though. Like if it's textured, then adjust the just the lighting as well, so that the lighting looks like it's also following that textured surface. Doesn't reflect light as evenly as it currently does. But yeah, hopefully that helps Laura. So we're stalling here, so let's move on to Louisa. Hope that helped. How do you move it to the other layer so quick? What do you mean? Move what? All I did was selected something here, Control J, create a new layer from your selection. I think that's it. I don't think I used it. You had on the wrong layer and you just clicked. Oh, it's not no hotkey. It's just tapped it. No black magic here. Tap, 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 tap. I just had an accurate tap. Got lucky. Made it seem like black magic. All right, so for this week, I made some more studies on the head, and I tried to use basic shading without speeding too much, without spending too much time on it. My studies do not resemble the models, and I wonder if that's because my construction is faulty or because I did not spend enough time on the details. How can I draw facial features and models from pictures with a lot of light contrast? Please see the bottom right drawing of Angelina. Well, it will be a combination of those two. So when we say that, you know, speed is a reflection of your experience, a likeness is also a reflection of your experience drawing portraits. So, you know, the main reason why comic artists are able to consistently draw the same character, and it looks like the same character, right? It doesn't look like a different character. Each page doesn't slightly change. They're able to maintain the same character, draw the same lines consistently over and over an entire book, is because they're just drawn in a ton of time and they're so familiar with their characters. So every time they draw it, it looks identical just because of practice. So, I mean, if you were to draw the same person multiple times, then you can bet that the likeness would be closer by the eighth time you attempt it. But drawing different people every time, it's like a new person, a new set of new features that you have to discover, to analyze. It's completely normal that the likeness is not going to be there, because yeah, that takes a lot of experience. So I wouldn't worry about it, just like I wouldn't worry about speed. If you know, if that was your worry, you didn't talk about that, but it's the same thing. Because yeah, likeness is also just how you observe, how good you are at observing things, and that just improves with time. Better observation, better technical skills. Those are the things that make you draw likeness more easily. I also made a sketch of a custom new desk, and I want to have made perspective correct. I have left some lines which are normally not visible, but I thought it would help the viewer understand all the elements. Yeah. Let's take a look at this here. So you have what? A vanishing line, vanishing point, somewhere in the middle here. Maybe there. Excuse the noise. That's kind of what it was earlier, just much louder. Might have to close the window. Don't know what the hell the neighbors are doing. Yeah, that looks all good. No problem here. And for furniture like this though, nah. I was gonna say maybe have the vanishing points outside of the shape, so that you don't have as much distortion towards one vanishing point, because you get a lot of warping. You know, everything needs to go to a tiny point. Maybe it would be easier for you to draw it, you know, if it's something that you want to use just as a reference to build the thing. If the vanishing point was over here, you would get some perspective, but it wouldn't be as intense maybe. But either way, that's all correct. So just like these lines here, making sure it touches the corner. Nicely done. Good if you're not hearing it, because I hear it pretty loud. All right. So looking at these, Yeah, the majority of it here, I think it's mostly construction. So like how you shade things, I don't think there's any issue here. I would maybe recommend that you use a brush that might make it easier for you to shade, like a soft brush, so that you don't have to deal with brush strokes here, because that's just more hassle, more things to worry about. That's it's kind of pointless to deal with this at this point, you know, like having to make that all soft, and because clean shading just usually looks more aesthetic, especially for faces. You know, skin is pretty even usually, unless you're all dirty. But you know, looking at this here, a soft brush would do quite nice. So that's what I would recommend. Like, use the tool that makes your job easier, so that you don't have to fight with the techniques. Instead, you can just focus on the fundamental, the thing that matters. So yeah, for portraits, soft brush is what I always recommend. But the shading, you know, at the stage, is not super important. If you were to just practice drawing, just making sure that the drawing looks exactly like the model here, like the nose or the right spot, mouth in the right angle, the eyes show up exactly like this. That's a good, like those models, by the way, really good references all around, especially those that have the more contrast. Like, that's maybe a little too overblown, this one. Like, we lose a lot of the surface detail here on the skin, maybe a little too overexposed. But that's a great one. This one here, yes, very good reference. But yeah, so drawing, I think it's gonna be the construction that needs the most attention. I wouldn't worry about shading. Like I said, that's gonna just level up along with your lines. So nothing to focus on here. You can do it if it's fun, but I wouldn't focus on it. Yeah, and here would be mostly construction. So like he's got a pretty long face, like it's a very, what is it, like Neanderthal, when you don't have like the arch here, where it's like from forehead into the nose, almost like a straight line. Interesting face though. But yeah, so it would be just like measuring the right lines, the right guidelines, because right now, like, you have him kind of in this angle, like seen from above, but he's literally like on the horizon line. Like, you look at his mouth, you know, it's pretty much a straight line. You look at the eyes, corner of the eyes, is there a difference here in angle? Maybe this is a little higher, tiny bit. So the mouth is probably where the horizon is ish, and everything else, like the vanishing point, might be back here. So that's why you're gonna get slight tilt in the eyebrows and the eyes going towards a flat line. So those are the things that would be important to pick up on during the construction phase. So spotting the angle, spotting where the vanishing lines are going towards, overall, in this case, going down. So eye number 1, eye number 2, by default, just because we know that is going to be slightly lower. Nose, how tall the nose is, like constructing that properly. Then going to the mouth's going to be mostly straight. Then going into the chin, like essentially just constructing this guy with the proper guidelines first, obviously, and then placing the features. And then if that looks good, you know, if you look at the sketch and you're like, oh, and like you can even overlap them just to double check your sketch and the reference photo. And if the sketch looks pretty much on point, then you're like, all right, now I can move on to the shading and see what I can do with that. But I would focus on the lines first until that's the case. Construction and lines. Because yeah, it's not so much the details in here. that are the problem. It's mostly the construction. It's just a little shaky. Like, these heads are nice. They look great. A little bit of shading, but it helps, definitely. Yeah, it's just like the position of everything. Everything is like shifted a little bit. It's like somebody trying to clone these people, but it's like the clone is like 90% there. It looks very similar, but it's not the same person. Anyways, hope that helps. Let's move on to what we're doing on time. I think we could take a break. So, when we come back, oh boy, I have a novel to read. I'll try to read that offline. But yeah, we'll be right back with Icerin in about 6-7 minutes. Just gonna go grab a bite, finish my shake, get some more liquids, and loosen up the leg. You should do the same if you've been sitting down this whole time. So I'll be right back in a couple minutes. Good thing I didn't spend too long on this, but so yeah, just as a summary once again. So here, let's resume because I'm back, and so we wanted to know which face is better, and then how's the background? Should it be pushed more? No mention on the lighting because it's still being worked on, and effects tricks. So let's go with that since that's what I was working on just now. But yeah, for effects, very simple in a way, the way that I approach it. The light itself is always going to be pretty bright, so white, and then you color the glow instead, so outer glow. I mean, I'm doing this with a layer style, but you could just do it manually. And yeah, so that's, already kind of looks like a lightsaber. So great for energy, particles or spells or fireballs. I mean, you can change the color, obviously. It's not always blue. But essentially, very light color in the center as your base color, and like a darker, more saturated glow to give it the color. Usually that works pretty well for effects, rather than being just all white like this. And then you can create like some cool effects, like some weird magic by having maybe like the center be one color, maybe really light pink. Nah, that doesn't look good. Ignore that. Just keep it the same color. Yeah, and if you want something that's not as bright, just tint it a little bit more. Instead of being this pure white, it'll be slightly tinted. That always looks pretty good. But it's the glow on the outside that makes the most difference. When it comes to the background, I mean, yeah, for something like this, you don't need a whole lot to make it work. What you have so far seems pretty nice. You're like lost in a mountain somewhere. It looks cool. It looks epic. Yeah, like maybe one thing I would say would be to tone down on the texture, like the cloud texture. Maybe simplify that a bit, because here in the background, in the far distance, as far as we get, you have all these details, these small details. And sure, like it's like a pasted photos probably, or like some brushes made out of photo references, so it retains all the details. But if you have so much detail in the background, keeping in mind that you always have more details for things that are closer closer to the camera, it means that your character would need to be like super detailed to make this work. So all of this to say, probably just tone down the details so that it's more stylized, like more like this, like a contour, like a silhouette, rather than seeing all the details of the clouds like this, because that attracts a lot of attention away from the character. Like, I'm always looking at these details here because it's very, very, very detailed, very busy, but the character isn't as much. So yeah, for the background, I would just tone down the busyness of it. It looks good though. And for the face, look the same to me. What's the difference? It's a little smirk, maybe. Yeah, I like this. She's got maybe more personality. Yeah, like this one's like, I'm not sure. I'm experimenting. This one's like, yeah, it's going well. Yeah, I forgot how, like, is she supposed to be nice? I forgot the backstory if you ever shared it. But this one maybe looks a little evil, you know, like you're all going to die, and she's stoked about it. But yeah, no, this looks awesome, man. Damn, loved your character in the first place, so that helps. It's cool composition. Yeah, the effects needs help, but I think it's just the glow color. Like, color it any color really, it'll look better than that. White glow, yeah, it never looks too good. Fewer details in the background, and then yeah. So light, I know you mentioned that you're not done yet, but brighter overall. You know, like try to avoid like this stuff here, like super black. Especially if she's like playing with magic, you know, that's gonna create some lights. It's a light source after all. Yeah, so far so good. Looks really good. Yeah. Cosmo. I have been good, and I have a Demon Girl to review, so I'm even better now. So I was gone for a while. Last time I submitted something was about 3 months ago. Depression got a hand over me, but now I'm making my return. I want to return strong. Well, that's stuff. Yeah, I'm really happy that you're doing better. So I've been slacking with art heavily and started to draw every day again, starting last month. So I'm happy to make a return here, and I will try to become more active here. Oh, as always, I just want to ask for general feedback and what could be improved. My focus for this was vibrant colors and lighting, so tips for that would be greatly appreciated. Yes. Yes. All right. Nice. I like the style. Cool proportions. So feedback on lighting and colors mostly. So I really like the blues that you're using. The blues with that skin color, that works quite nicely. Seems like she's being lit from above, judging by her shoulders and her head. So yeah, if you're working on the lighting, you're gonna try to imagine everything that's pointing up, everything that's facing up. So top of the shoulders, maybe like top of the chest here partially, maybe like the top of the clavicles, although that might be blocked by her head. That's right above it. But like top of her cheeks here, top of the nose, top of the lips, and everything that's pointing down, everything that's facing away from the light, that's gonna be in the shadows. So let's see. Overlay maybe. So up here you probably go too dark. Let's brighten this up just a bit so that I can use overlay modes. Linear burn? No. Highlights. Alright, let's go with that. So everything that's facing up. everything is pointing up. So the top of the shoulders, top of the clavicles here, the traps on the side of the body, maybe the bottom part here of the neck a little bit, breast in general. That's gonna, there we go. It's gonna be pointing up too, well not pointing up, but at least it will catch some light. Use a different brush for that, something that's a little softer. That's not a brush. What happened? My stuff's moved around. Okay, there we go. Right on, so top of the shoulders, as I was saying. And top of the head, yes, that's right. Maybe the bangs here can catch a little bit more light. Top of the ears. Top of the nose. Maybe the cheeks a little bit. I'm just like going overall, and obviously it could be a little bit more polished than that. But talking about light, you know, that's the kind of stuff that you would want to think about. Where the light's coming from, and then what are all the surfaces that are facing the light more directly. Later, Preston. Probably gone already. It's been 2 minutes, but so that's for the light. And the idea here is just to think of all these volumes as just simple shapes. So the breast, you know, just think of them as spheres. How do you shade a sphere where the light's coming from above? Something like that, right? Same thing with the shoulders. Shoulders kind of like a ball as well. The head as a whole, kind of like the same shape. So yeah, it's just a matter of like simplifying all the shapes, all the parts of the body down to their simplest geometric shapes, and lighting and thinking of that when it comes to lighting things. When it comes to painting the light. Color's very nice. Very effective use of color here. The eyes, you know, they attract a lot of attention. They're pretty bright, they're pretty vivid. Yeah, so nice. Looks good. Oh, it's not okay. There it is. I thought it just froze. Yeah, when it comes to the rest, like shading in general, same idea, you know, treat everything like a volume. So the arm here, like all of this is shaded pretty much like flat shaded. You could, you know, make that into more of a cylinder. So having kind of like the outside here, it's a little darker. So instead of just like an even surface. Can shade that a bit, give it some 3D, give it some volume. But yeah, overall, like the silhouette of the character kind of pops nicely from the background. Maybe like down here, you can brighten these up. So brighten this color here a little bit. So that's what's going on? So that there we go. So that the silhouette doesn't blend with the background as much. So just brightening things here, so that silhouette pops anywhere you look at it. Yeah, looking at the horns, same idea, like same as this, same as the arms, just giving them a little bit more volume. Making them feel rounder rather than like a cutout, like sheets of paper. But yeah, overall, I mean, this came out great. Like anatomy-wise, I don't think you mentioned that, but maybe like the breast a little high. So just making sure there's enough, and again, enough distance. Thinking of the sternum, so clavicles, sternum, and then imagining that you have like some chest muscles here, making sure that those pectoralis major muscles are taller than they are wide, and then positioning the breast at the halfway point, basically, of that line here. So kind of being cut in half by the silhouette here of the chest. So just a little lower to make that work. Yeah, and then from here, just to keep pushing, to keep improving, I would look at real anatomy for the shading. You know, for the shading on the face, you don't need to push as much as the reference, you know, to make it look like a real person, but certainly like some hits of highlight here in the face, like where you place the shadows, maybe here, you know, it's a little darker right above the bridge of the nose. So maybe that's something that you could add here. And it's just looking at all these smaller details of the face and how you're going to be simplifying those. Of course, you know, if you prefer to have kind of just this flatter look to it, to the shading, that's okay. But I think there'd be some opportunity here to like just make it pop, give it a little bit more contrast, a little bit more interest. Yeah, by just using real reference as real photos as a reference. That was my stomach. And the eyes are pretty radioactive right now, like just white. Eyes are not white, you know, look at my eyes, look at my shirt. My shirt is not even white. And my eyes look much darker in comparison, so can darken that. Usually the light, the color to use for the eye is going to be the color of the ambient. So if it's like really blue outside, the white of the eye is going to take up that blue tint. So like right now there's no colors, but you can just imagine that it's like blue out, maybe she's out at night or in a room. That's a little too much shading for what you had, but just in the corners already, it's gonna help a lot. And like right above the eyelashes too, because the eyelash is gonna cast a little bit of shadow onto the eyeball. So you can make them less radioactive here by just adding a little, darkening them up just a bit. And what helps? Moving on to shimming. Alright, so here are the studies that I did this week. I did the 2 anatomy studies to help me get familiar with the muscles and also practice shading. The one for the back muscle definitely is interesting. I'm not sure if the reference is too enhanced, but I'm assuming it's normal variations for muscles. For the last portrait, the reference has very flat lighting. I tried using the sorrow face to make the forms of the face more noticeable. Not sure if I should push that more or less. I'm guessing that's just an art style thing. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, those look nice, man. Very nice studies. Damn, that's really good. Really good. this came out great. Really well done. Like the likeness maybe not quite there, and like her eyes are a lot closer apart. Hers, I mean, it's just a different face. It still looks good. It's still well constructed, slightly different. One thing that's might be a little bit more off though with this one here is going to be like the light on the lower part of the jaw here. So it's a little smoother, like the transition going from highlights to shadows on this side, and there's a bigger difference between the lower jaw right here and the cheek, right? It's darker, lighter. So I would just do that. Maybe just brighten up this part of her jaw a bit more so that you have that contrast between the cheek and the lower jaw. Yeah, looks nice. The muscles here. Everything here looks good. So, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here. Latissimus dorsi, right here. The mass of the lats starts right about there. Right here. And there you have your rotator cuff groups on both sides of the body. Here you have the posterior head of your delt. So deltoid, deltoid, deltoid. Very stretched. You have your trapezius here. So it's just flexed a little bit, so it looks maybe a little different than you used to, but yeah, that's the typical size. Yeah, typical shape. Your erector spinae muscles here, creating this like tube-like shape at the bottom of the back. All good here. Yeah, in your case, you know, the only thing maybe that you'd want to clean up just a little bit is the connection to the shoulder here. Knowing that the shoulder attaches on the spine of the scapula. The spine of the scapula is always right underneath the trapezius here, so you can always spot it. So it starts at the center of the shoulder and runs along the length of the trapezius here before it gets narrower. That one's here a little too wide, but there you go. And here, yeah, all your infraspinatus, teres minor, teres major, infraspinatus, teres major, teres minor, teres minor, teres major, trapezius here, that's good, yeah. So what I was saying is just to highlight that connection. So to make sure that the shoulder, like it's clear that this is the shoulder, you know, it's not part of the back or anything. That's shoulder muscle, shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. Posterior head of the deltoid. So it's going to be middle head, anterior head, middle head, and then posterior head. Nice. Maybe the shoulder could be a little bigger, a little longer. But very nice shading here. And she looks great. Yeah, you're right. This is kind of a crappy ref. Feels very flat, but you did a good job. Yeah, I would just change the background color so that it's not too similar. Like the black here look kind of nice. Either black or white, but black I think would be quite dramatic. So get like a little bit of a fat pad here. Maybe you could highlight that some more. And then you have like this whole thing kind of going towards the nose. Oh, there you go. So like that's that thing here, the highlights. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, other than that, you know, it's light shading, but it works well. Very, very nice profile. Like in here, I would recommend that you go a little darker, maybe. Like use black, but for the deepest, you know, areas of the hair here, just to push the contrast even more. Like you went all black too for the eyelashes, so why not? You're already using it. So any area here that's supposed to be like really, really deep, where light cannot escape, then you can push it some more. It's gonna make it pop even better. Yeah, so what I think is that you did a fantastic job here. I mean, this is I don't know what the hell happened, but these studies are way better than what you've been submitting so far. So so maybe you swapped out with like a different student. Really good stuff, Timon. Yeah, keep it up. Those are, I mean, it's clear progress, so don't break it. It's not broken. Yeah, don't fix it. Don't fix it if it's not broken. Keep it up. Do more of this. More of this specifically. That's the most valuable exercise you can do. Shading is fun. It's nice, but not as important for your growth. Like you're not gonna learn as much by practicing shading than you are going to by practicing this kind of stuff. I love your lines here, like the emphasis and on certain, like the weight of certain lines over others. Very nice, very nice. Yep. Moving on. Julia. All right. So more Skelly men this week. The positions were quite difficult. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Yep. Yeah, that one in particular. Yikes. So I also tried some feet and needed a lot longer than intended with a lot of correction rounds. I don't get the ellipses you're drawing in your YouTube videos. Construction of the male and female body. Is there a trick? Oh, for the ground? I mean like these? Yeah, like I think of these as cylinders almost, like the two parts of the feet. Like you take a foot, you know, like for example like this here, and I'll treat kind of like the heel as a cylinder. So that's gonna be a cylinder here, planted on the ground, and then I treat the tip as just like a shorter cylinder, but in the same angle, right? So if they're both planted on the same surface, those two ellipses are gonna be identical, maybe bigger or smaller, but they will be in the same angle. And so I'm gonna have maybe that one here, a smaller cylinder for the top of the foot. And then yeah, when you bend your foot, it's just like the two cylinders will bend, like will deform slightly. So let's say the toes are bent up, and that cylinder might be like that now. And so the bottom, like that's just a character that has like the toes kind of curled up. And I use those ellipses to ground the characters better, because you can usually see, like we create like a simple grid. Let's say that's the grid, and then you want you know, feet that are planted on that ground. Well, if you draw a circle like that, like that doesn't look like it's particularly in the right angle, and so that would be kind of like the first thing, that first first clue, like, oh, maybe my foot is not properly planted. So we just try to imagine. I guess it's experience to answer a question. But the thought process is just like to make those two work together. Look at this square here. Try to find the center and try to imagine what how an ellipse in here would look like. So it would need to touch all these points. So if your ellipses for your feet look like they're in that kind of angle, more or less, you know, like not this way, not straight, but in that angle, like it works for that grid, then you know that your feet will be planted properly. So you just need one, and then the other one's gonna be in the same thing, you know, if it's flat on the ground. So that's the logic. Like I don't teach this in the program. It's just something that I did on YouTube, but because that's more like a personal technique. That's why, like, I'm not sure this is useful to everybody. So yeah, just take it for what it is. I think it's still better to construct them like using just simple volumes instead, maybe at the beginning. These look great, Julia. Yeah, very nice. Get the tension in here. Damn bird. Shut up, bird. Yeah, like if I were to draw this one here, you know, this is planted on the ground, so you get like a nice ellipse like this, and then this one is slightly lifted. It'll be a slight different, like a different angle. So like the ground for the heel is here, and the ground for the toes is there. But yeah, I don't think you need to use my trick, to be honest. Like those studies are really good. They're really on point. There's really not much to say other than that. Like maybe here, just look at like it's just the length of things, minor feedback, but you know, it's short line, longer line. In your case, it's kind of equal. So maybe the foot, like this part of the foot is a little short. You could push it out, extend this out a bit. But yeah, that's it. That was great. That one was good too. I mean, they're really good studies, so. Oh, it's a snap. So once again, some of the most demanding, but also the most productive studies that you can do to learn muscles, to learn anatomy. There it is. Yeah, that's nice. Let's try to find mistakes. Man, this bird's so high pitched, so annoying. It's like it's right in my ears. Yeah, so that guy here, that's really good. So gluteus medius, gluteus maximus, going into the tensor facial lata here. You got your joint here for the hips, not for the hips, the joint for the leg. The only thing here, maybe all of this looks good. Maybe just this area here, like the ector spinae muscle group going into the trapezius. You know, you just want to have them kind of overlap one behind the other one. So which one is in front here? the latissimus dorsi, and then here you have kind of the first 1/2 of the traps, and the other half behind that. It's not quite flat, and then that here is going to be pretty flexed. You know, your arm is raised, and so this is going to create, like, if anything, a bigger bump here. Oops. So yeah, just trying to just push the traps towards the center of the back a little more. But other than that, that looks great. And here, all right. Legs look good. Maybe this one here, vastus lateralis, you'll be able to see part of it on the other side of the iliotibial band before you see the biceps femoris. All right, and then finally, let's take a quick look at this one here, the one that's the hardest. Super foreshortened man. Yeah, so traps in the center, always a little bit of a dip here towards the spine. Maybe you can flatten that a bit. Yeah, it's not super clear. Like, I can't really imagine this arm. Feels like it's coming towards us, like this way. If that's the case, then it's gonna be like those muscles are not conveying that. You know, like we should probably see more of the bicep, see more of these muscles should be on top. Like, should be this kind of hierarchy that we're playing with. So triceps in front, forearm in front, and that then the hand here. You know, it feels like you have kind of the opposite from that. So it feels more like this. So the hand closer to us feels like it's still going away just because of the order of these muscles. Anyways, I will refrain because I'm not quite sure of what the skeleton should look like here. But overall, like the other ones here, very nice. Yeah, and then for something like this, you know, try to place the muscles on your own, but look at the references. You know, like bodybuilders in that pose. I don't know how you would find that particular pose, but something similar, like just seen from above. Maybe if they ever go down like this and try to show their shoulders, you can flip it around, and that becomes this guy here. But yeah, anyways, let's move on to the next one. Hopefully that helps. Where's my window? All right, moving on to that's cute. All right, Robin. So this week was weird for me. I did a bit of everything, but I couldn't focus on anything for a longer period of time. Anyways, I still managed to finish this environment sketch, which took me 3 hours to complete. All right. 3 hours, well invested. That looks really good. All right, so looking at the values first. Nice. Yeah. In terms of values, maybe just like one thing that I might want, that I might recommend you push here is that, yeah, I understand like there's a bunch of clouds on both sides. That's gonna make things a little lighter, but I think it would be just to make that connection between like this here, like the values down back there, they go pretty dark, you know, and that's quite dark. There's just nothing in between that connect the two. So of course, everything in the foreground, that's gonna be slightly darker. And as we make our way towards the back, we lose some of that contrast. The values become brighter and brighter. But yeah, maybe like something on the path here that you could add. That would help that gradient flow a little bit more nicely. So maybe like some small bushes here, or some trunks, or like some rocks on the side of the road. Just something that, yes, just an in-between, something that tells us that, all right, so this is pretty close here. Oops, But as we make our way towards the back, we start to lose some of that light. Lose. And then by the time that we're back here, it's basically all white. Yeah, other than that, this looks great. Like this still feels pretty close though, like these bushes. So it really feels like the town is further away. So you have kind of like these little bushes there, these little trees. And then maybe they keep going here on the side of the cliff. And then further behind that, so if you continue on that little path, eventually you'll keep walking, go down this cliff, down, all the way down, and then eventually reach the little village that's way in the distance. You know, kind of like a hill number 1, hill number 2, and then village back there. I mean, in your case, it's more like a bunch of hills. 1, 2, 3. Either way, you know what I mean, I'm sure. It just feels like, yeah, like this little patch of greens is a little closer to us than it is to the village. So once again, I would just kind of spread that those values a little more, so that the order is clear. Looks super good otherwise. Love the colors in here. Dark in the foreground, light over there makes you want to go there, get out of the shadow. Very nice. For a scene like this, you know, it seems pretty bright outside, so I feel like this would probably be a little brighter. We'll take up a more tint from the sky. So the sky is blue. I think we can make that here a little bit more blue. So not everywhere, you know, like stuff is still gonna get real dark where there's no light. So here where the grass maybe meets the roads, or like the tiny space here in between the blades of grass where you can see all the way to the bottom. No light can escape. It gets a little darker. There's some of these flowers, maybe some of these rocks. But yeah, overall, like having kind of like this blue color on top of stuff, on top of the grass too, on top of these blades of grass, and these trees here. Maybe on the opposite side where it's not facing the light as directly. The lights are picking up this blue ambient light from the sky. It adds light so we can see things better. I mean, it'll still read as being in the shadows, but it helps you just introduce maybe more contrast. I feel like it makes it feel more part of the same environment when you get that similar bounce light kind of across the board. Rather than having just the blue back there. On top of that little hill here, maybe catch a little bit more light. It's kind of like a corner. Yeah, that's hot. Very cool. Love the composition. I mean, yeah, I really don't have much to say here that's negative. I would spread the light a little bit more, just like I did. Make your values, like the different planes, appear a little bit more distinct, just based on the values here. That's all. It looks really good. Maybe like punch out the red here. Maybe just a little bit more saturated, so it feels maybe like closer. Maybe not. I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot. composition is nice, colors are nice, the reads nice, very nice. Nice. It's nice. That helps. Moving on to review. There, she flipped me off. Oh, she's flipping you off. Get back to working on me, slacker. All right. So I took your advice and put some work into my hands and feet. Will continue iterating and start trying to construct them from imagination as well. Next week. But for the time being, I'd love your observations on how I'm doing and what I should focus on to improve. All right. Those environments are nice. That's hard to pull off, like these kinds of scenes where you have so much contrast. Here, your version looks like a darker version. I'll just brighten it up a little bit. Kind of reads the same, it's just more clear. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, and here, the only thing maybe I would recommend is to bump up the contrast for things that are closer. You know, like you go pretty dark here, that's good. It's like this goes real dark, you know. All this stuff here, dark, very, very dark. It just makes the vegetation seems a little bit more fluffy and also just more dense. Has more depth to it. Yeah, I mean, looks nice. Very nice. Beautiful colors. The moods comes across. It's creepy. Misty hill. Foggy. Right, Livy, your screen was brighter. Excuses. Yeah, no, those studies are really good. This kind of stuff here. I think this, for me at least, like this would be more of a case of a reference that you're probably not gonna use a whole lot. And another thing why, like, I hate scenes at night, because you can't, there's very little atmospheric perspective visible, not as much light, so yeah, like to make this read better, like I would put some sort of fog here, just so that you organize kind of like the read, but anyways. This reads really nice as a thumbnail. When you go a little closer, I think that's where it starts to be a little bit like there's no focus. I think that's the main issue here. So the the colors on point, the scene looks almost the same, but I feel like there's no. It's like everything is out of focus. So I'm just like scanning around to see if there's like my eyes will stick to something. And in this case here, it might be just like the puddle in the ground. Maybe that'd be enough. If this was a little bit more defined, like a little sharper. Essentially, just like picking the stuff in the foreground here that's gonna attract the attention a little bit more, where the eyes will go first, and then venture into the rest of the environment. is not a good brush for this. Yeah, like all these, like the little noise here that you see on the road, like that stuff that would be good to add. Just once again, so that you have kind of like an order, a scale of detail. So small details, medium-sized details, bigger details. Right now, everything is kind of medium-sized details. Not the right texture, but anyways. That's what I would add. Just like one area that's a little bit more in focus. Usually that's gonna be the stuff that's closer to the camera. But yeah, other than that. Yeah, like the thing that helps in this version is the fact that you have some sharper details. You know, like overall it's still pretty fuzzy. You know, if you look at it from a distance, it's equivalent. I'd say it's, whoops. Did I just move? Like from a distance, you know, like all three pretty equivalent. You know, ref, yours, Nico's. It's just like, it's when you zoom in that you see the difference a little more. And here, I think this works better just because you have some harder, some sharper edges, some sharper details. Like straight lines are very, very crisp. Here, like the contour of the puddle is very crisp. So those are the kinds of details that the eyes can focus on. Like literally, you know, if you're out of focus, you're fuzzy. So that's exactly what this is. Just placing things in focus. Details that matter. Yeah, like just having this hole here be nice and sharp. These screens there, it makes a big difference. So it would just be to add more of that. But well done, Nico. This looks great. So yeah, let's look at these hands. 5 minutes. That's not a lot. That is not a lot. So I'm impressed. You were able to do a lot within that time. That's a BB hand right here. Yeah, I mean, these are really good studies. Usually, like I can find a few that are always like way off. So there's always a few that are way off. Not really here though. Yeah, these hands all have like really, really good structure. Different styles like this, you know, this one's chunkier, but still works. Like the length of things. There's the, yeah, good. Nice work, man. I don't have anything else to say. Awesome studies. Do more. Nothing to change though. Yeah, and not only do more, but look at your hands a lot. You know, like when you're bored, when you're not doing anything, just look at things, measure like visually. Interesting. Interesting from different angles. How long different things are. Just make it a habit, like to every day, just a couple minutes throughout the day. Left and right, just look at things, observe, take in information. It's like, it's free work, it's free improvements. You don't have to practice doing anything, you just practice looking, and these will level up magically. But yeah, I got nothing else. Really good stuff. All right, Santiago. Ooh. Good inspiration, Hannah. All right, so what do we have here? What's up, Santiago? So I hope everything is going well in your studio change. We'll see. So far, I should probably be a lot farther ahead. Not ahead, but a lot farther into my packing than I am right now. I'll let future Marc handle that. Starting to get. Let me adjust. There we go. Get rid of the green. So I made further progress with this piece, and I'm close to calling it done. Gotta render the bed sheets basically, and I'm open to any feedback in general to improve it further. Alright. So the main thing that's weird here is the light of this is the TV. So the light coming out of the TV is always this. It's always going to be like this bluer light. It's just what the panels emit. It's rarely yellow light. Like your screen would have to be broken. So I would change that because that makes it look kind of weird. Like it reminds me of like the sun, if anything. Like you have like this sun. Excuse me. Yeah, it's almost like a window is open and the sunlight's coming in. That's automatically what I think about. So I would tint that blue light for screens typically. You know, almost like if you really want to have like that warmer light in here, like flip it maybe. You know, so that this is the blue light, and then in the front here you have the warm light. Maybe the sunlight's coming from here. That could work. That'd be kind of cool. Because yeah. Blue and blue and orange, always a good combo. Yeah, let's try it actually real quick. Let's see. Hard light. No, should do this on a separate layer. Hard lights. Let's try it. Blue light from the monitor here. Blue, 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 more blue. There you go. There's still some green left over here, but whatever. Oh. And then maybe this side is the sun. That could be kind of cool. But the main reason why I'm focusing on light is because the colors were feeling a little muddy, a little gray, a little depressing. Like these colors up here, this color here, like some yellow mixed in with some dark desaturated blue. This is not a great color. That one is like it's pure gray. So that's why I'm trying to go with the layout that you have here. So you have a screen, blue walls, blue screen, usually blue lights. And so, all right, so this area is going to be the blue area. And then here we have some warmer tones already. The skin color is warmer. The light coming from here is a little warmer than the light coming from there. So we have a warmer light source lining her up. So yeah, I'm just going with that and pushing things a bit more. And then this way you can have, yeah, like the blue here bleeding everywhere into the room. The warmth here coming from this side, warming her up maybe a bit more. Just like overall, it's making like that impact, you know, like a because here like this looks maybe a little mustardy color. Like yellow and purple is a good mix. It's just, it feels like you're fighting against the layout of the scene right now. That would still work, but if it were inverted. I just prefer blue and orange, so that I push towards that, but yeah. But when it comes to the rest though, like lighting aside, It's really nice painting. Love the layout of the scene. So great composition in here. Great use of colors. I like the use of red as the accent color. Just small amounts, not too saturated. Yeah, I mean, what else? Maybe from there, you know, to push materials a bit more would be cool. You already have some, you know, some information here, so this clearly looks like metal. But maybe more difference between like you're not done with the folds, but maybe more difference between the other materials in the scene. So skin is nice and shiny already. Like maybe these could be a little bit more shiny. Maybe this bed, this couch has a slightly different texture. Maybe like a silky look to it. You know, like a little bit of reflection. Or maybe it's way more matte, or maybe it's like has even less contrast, like a fuzzy material. Yeah, I mean overall, like I'm just nitpicking. It's a beautiful illustration. But I feel like the color's just weighting it down right now, mostly because of the lighting. That's all I got. Be cool to see also like what she's hooked up on, you know, just for the storytelling part of the illustration. She looks like she's relaxing, like probably just charging up, right? Like recharging her batteries. But maybe like something else to indicate that's the case. Maybe like a plug somewhere, because I see all these cables going places. I just don't know where. It would just make it more clear what she's doing. Because maybe somebody's fixing her. Maybe she's at like the doctor's office. So maybe she's in her apartment. There's still a few things that are not clear 100%. That's it. That's it. Moving on to Hannah. All right, in sync with you there. Don't worry, Vivi. They'll pay attention to you. You're not done. You'll be back. All right. So I did a bunch of hand and feet studies this week. I labeled them with the days I did them on. Hopefully there's some sort of small improvement. Each of these took 5 minutes each. Also made some Vivi emojis. I'm not really looking for any feedback on them, but I thought you'd find them cute, so I had to show them. I hope your move won't be too stressful. Thanks, Anna. They're quite cute. All right, well, every day you got a little more ambitious. That's good. A few more hands. Tricky poses. Vivi's favorite. A hand pose. Very nice. Yeah, these are great. Like, there's nothing off here. Yeah, so a really good place to be. yeah, kind of reminds me of what I'm dealing with when it comes to hands. It's just like just fine tuning some stuff left and right, small details. But it's nothing like there's no glaring issues, like no hand that's like, oh, this hand's broken. Now they're all well constructed. These look like they hurt. This one in particular. I'm gonna break my thumb. But I know some people can do this, so it just looks very strange as a drawing. This one here, maybe like the thumb is a little short. That's it. Tips for drawing hands from imagination. Yeah, you just gotta find a good recipe, like for you. Not like good, objectively good, but like a recipe that works well for you to construct it. So what I think about nowadays, like this changes a little bit over time, but always have the wrists, and then a section of the wrist that's gonna be not quite lined up, and then the palm of the hand, and then in the palm you're gonna have mass for the thumb. You're gonna have like the other part of the hand, so like half pretty much. So that's like I split them in half here, and then you're gonna get all the pads. I don't know the exact word for this, but and then here, kind of this going from here to the thumb, this mass of skin, extra skin, like this stuff here. That stuff that sometimes will like deform this here point. I treat that as its own shape. And then yeah, knuckle, and then joint for all these fingers, and then draw kind of like the mitten shape, and then kind of make room enough for all the fingers. I mean, it's really rough version, but that's kind of the thought process, you know. Like if you were to look into my brain when I draw hands, those are in this exact steps and this exact order. Those are the steps that I'll think about. And like I might not draw all of this stuff, but I'll still think about all of this. So maybe that doesn't help, you know. Maybe for you, maybe something like just drawing the basic mitten first, like a rough cartoony version of the hand might work better. Maybe not, I don't know. But yeah, I would look at a bunch of different artists, like the way that they construct their hands. I would think it's very similar to the way that I do it, but I don't imagine like the full hand in my head. Like I can't do that just yet. Instead I see just these balls, like these things here, these ellipses, these elliptic rounded volumes in space, and how they all interact with one another, and I can recreate that pretty easily from different angles. But when it comes to the details of the hands, I can only apply them once this is kind of laid down on paper. If that makes any sense. And then yeah, leave you to draw Vivi's hands. Yeah, as a dude, manly hands, complete opposite. So not the best reference. But what you did here though, like what was it? Like that. Kind of just everything is just chunkier, you know, like shorter fingers, fatter fingers, less space in between the fingers. that's what I would consider. That's why like I pointed at this as, oh, this is Vivi's hand, because it kind of looks like that would match her proportions quite well. Yeah, it's just short and stumpy. That's kid's hand. The house, but yeah, these are beautiful, huh? Well, the more features your hand has, the better of, you know, the better reference material it is. So like my hands, they don't have any features. More like kids' hands. So I always look at other hands, like to learn more. Like hands, like I really like pianist hands, you know, like a super bony. You can see the tendons everywhere. I love that stuff. Just because I can extract more information out of it than my own. So we all have our problems. Moving on to Olivia. All right, I need to hurry up. Still got a lot to cover. Woohoo! All right. What's up, Olivia? Here's what I worked on the past few weeks. I'd like some general feedback. Anything worth mentioning? Right. We have here, this palm backside of the hands is probably a bit too flat. Yeah, I can almost think of your hand as like a donut in a sense, you know, where you're gonna get most of the mass here, and then kind of hollow in the center, and the shading should reflect that too. So here, I think it's just a matter of shading this differently. Where, maybe. Just creating like a deeper area in the center of the palm. So the line art, not too big or not the issue. I think it's gonna be just a shading, making these shapes that clearly overlap one another. There you go, right order. Woo. Anyways, but it's a good looking hand. It's just, yeah, the shading. That's it. And then here, mask, and this demon is both too glowy and faded. Also messed up his eternal mask. Messed up, I wouldn't, maybe not, but yeah, just the shading maybe, like a neck, just shade the neck more as a cylinder and then add the features on top of that, but like just in a subtle way. So just turn this into basic cylinder, and then you can kind of define the muscles around it, but it's mostly a cylinder. So. I'm guessing this is a self-portrait. And then this woman's left arm needs work. Foreshadowing looks bad here. Her left leg, knee, and foot angle doesn't work. Left arm, oh, this one. Her left leg, knee, and foot angle. Yeah, it's subtle, but yeah, you're correct. So instead of that curve here, it would just be a curve on the other side. So maybe we could just think this whole thing and flip it. So yeah, of course the shading needs to match that now, but yeah, like it would be just like a weird position to open your thighs this much, almost like she's posing as a bodybuilder, trying to make her thighs as wide as possible from the front. You just have a top of the legs, front of the legs, kind of going like this, and similar direction for that one too. The foot looks fine though. No problem here. It was just the knee. And her arm. Yeah, so let's dig. The hand looks good though. Very nice. Very nice hands. So for this, going to the elbow in here, and then the forearm. Yeah, I mean, you weren't too far off, I think. Like a cylinder. So, I mean, yeah, like in your case, you don't have a whole lot of details for the anatomy, so keep that pretty simple. Just treating it like some basic cylinder, I think would work well with the style that you have here. It's like simpler style, stylized, very stylized. So upper arm coming towards us just a little bit, maybe not. I can't really tell, but so if you have the hand there, let me see, should we move this down? Probably up a bit. Yeah, so cylinder, and then another cylinder coming towards us, very foreshortened. Get your elbow here, forearm muscle, bicep going in diagonal, shoulder, and then the wrists, and then the hand. Just thinking of it in simple shapes. Yeah. So this guy here, design aside, he's a special one. But I would adjust the colors so you have a ton of saturation here, and it makes it a little hard to read because you have the red screaming as loud as it possibly can. Look at me! And then it's red everywhere, so everywhere screams at us, figuratively. So yeah, I would just take some areas here and just tone it the crap down in terms of its saturation, especially all the areas that are in the shadows here. Let's save the reds for larger, like flat areas. Only the areas that are facing the lights. Everything else is saturated. Like already, just desaturating the colors a bit, I think helps the overall read. looks a bit dirty now. He's been playing with mud, but just the saturation level already is like, oh, now I'm not being yelled at from all directions. So saturation in general, just be mindful of the amount. Emilio, yeah, sorry, I didn't have time. I was collecting the stuff and I tried to reply, but I had turned off the comments already, so I forgot. But yes, maybe next week, depends. But yeah, when the finalists are announced, then it's all good. Sorry, it took a while to see the comment like 10 minutes later. But yeah, what the helps, Olivier? Is that her mask? Looks cool. I try to create things in here though that makes it feel more 3D, like pull stuff out, push things in, like maybe the cheeks are sticking out a lot. And then he's got some very hollow jaw. And this way, you know, it makes it feel less like just like a flat mask with something that's painted on it. Instead, it really looks more like volumes, different volumes. Yeah, what the hell did I get? Moving on to, oops, what the, Maria. What's up, Maria? So I've been drawing more environments and animals since it is what I struggle the most. Haven't finished some of this, so feel free to give me some advice. All right. Ooh, little piggy. Oh, yeah, that's good. Even the muscles in the face. Very nice. Very nice. Big triceps, shoulder, extensor muscles. Yep. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, the only thing here is you're just missing like the shoulders would be a little lower in this case. So the shoulders would be here, down there. And like the scapula is gonna be a little more stretched out. Rather than going up, it's going to go towards the back a little more from that angle. So that's kind of what you're seeing here. But part of this mass here, that's going to be the splenius, trapezius, trapezius, one on top of another, creating like this extra mass. Under here, you have your latissimus dorsi, yoink, attaching at the humerus, and triceps, and then shoulders really stretch like right on top here. So yeah, I mean, this is a tricky one. Tricky pose. It's just like the shading here, like to try and represent that better. Like you can kind of tell like the tricep starts here, the little bit of like shading information that we have. That's the elbow, tricep, and then the shoulders. Just gonna go on top of that, like right here. So triceps, shoulder, and then trapezius. But very nice otherwise. Oh, that's good progress. Woo! Damn, that was good. Look at you. Oh, such a nice scene too. Don't you want to go visit this place? That looks so charming. Hell yeah. Great start. So yeah, perfect way to tackle this too. Like focusing on the big shapes, kind of like just an empty scene, you know, and you fill it up with details after. So far so good. Looks great. And then yeah, I mean this is look at it quickly, like, oh, cool photos. Wait a minute. That's been painted. Yeah, that's nice. And what gets cool, you know, after this point, because you're really good at this, so you can clearly take a photo, do a good study of it, and it looks nice. It looks tight. What gets really fun is when you push that a little bit more, like you push the style of your version. So of course you still look at all of this to kind of, you know, for general direction. There you go. But you could like push the colors maybe a little bit more, push the lighting. Excuse me, maybe make things like a little brighter, a little bit more saturated. I don't know, it's just some stuff to consider just for fun, because this is really good, and I really don't have much to say other than that. So, like, what could we do with this? Like from here, you know, what's fun and what might be challenging too. Like if it's starting to become, like if you see the path, you know, if you're tackling this one, you're like, I know it's gonna look good. Try to change some things too. Like that would be the next step. The next, like the transition step into eventually creating your own from imagination. But like changing a couple of things here. Maybe this house has no second story, maybe it's just one story. Maybe it's way taller. Maybe it's like 5 stories. This one here, yeah, maybe like some stuff in here is slightly different. Maybe different colors. Maybe different, like you're using the same shape language, but you're like moving stuff around. Because yeah, I mean these are too good. That's why I'm saying this, because it's too on point. I don't think it's challenging enough. So I would try to break in there, break things, move stuff around, shuffle things, and like make it your own. Still influence, still referring to the reference, but making it unique. Like you can have some, like at first, you know, it doesn't need to be too big. It could be just different lights maybe. So instead of having like an overcast day, maybe it's a sunny day now in your version. So maybe the sun is hitting a little harder. Not that color. Yeah, maybe there's like sunlight in here, or maybe like the building is just partially lit. You know, maybe it's something else in front that's blocking the light to it. It's like a nice blue sky back there. And what that would look like. So anyways, just suggestions, because these are too good. Yeah, or just adding some lights from within the house, you know, so maybe in here, like you're turning this into like some shady club entrance, or something going on in here. Maybe through here too. You can kind of see it. Some light on the inside. Maybe something's happening on the inside. So like start, you know, timid, you know, not changing too much. And after that, you can move on to changing lights completely. So the light setup, and then changing actual environment. So changing parts of the environment. And then, yeah, making it your own this way, little by little. So that eventually you don't need the reference. You'll be used to making it into your own enough. That helps. Really nice. Joe. All right. I shall critique these. Yes. Close, but like if you see abs this wide, that doesn't exist. So it's gonna be a mix of obliques and abs. So it's hard to tell, but like this thing here gives it away, I think. So the ab itself would kind of end there. That's it. So that's as wide as the abs go. And that's going to be just a part of the oblique that kind of starts here. So just a small edit here. Everything else, right on the money. Yeah, I think we can. I think the her traps go a little lower than this, or get a little wider down here. But yeah, overall, there you go. That's it. Yeah, in her case, I think her chest muscle, I think it's gonna be just a little longer. But yeah, other than that, yes. There you go. Yeah, part of this here, gonna go. It's almost like the top part of the bicep of the chest kind of goes here, and the other part will attach like higher, so we can't see it. So it kind of slides under everything. But yeah, the chest will kind of continue here into the arm a little bit. That's where it inserts, after all. Yep. Yeah, that's your the posterior head of the delt. Middle head. It's split into a bunch of sections, but it's still just one head in the middle, one head in the back. And yeah, this one here, this attaches onto the spine of the scapula right here. So tendon, and then it starts the muscle fibers here. Yeah, that's all part of the shoulder. So tricep here, tricep, brachialis, biceps. There you go. Everything else on point. Yeah, same here. Just the attachment point for the shoulder is going to be right here. You know, kind of lined up with the humerus, because that's where it inserts. Back there's no bone to attach, so that little bit you can kind of remove that. Get out of here. Good. Yep, that's correct. Well done, Joe. Okay, Nico. Ooh. Health. I've started painting another rocket girl, but excuse me, got carried away. My light and shadow shapes are a mess. I've got 3 sources of light: an ambient blue, gray, rocket exhaust, and a white key light pointing toward forward, down. Got it. Priority here is figuring out the cast shadows shapes. Any advice is welcome. I'm currently taking a step back and trying to recreate this in 3D to help with cast shadow. And anatomy tip, welcome. Mistakes were definitely made. Alright, well, this looks really good. Look at those details. Hell yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Very nice sketch. Yeah, it's a cool drawing. Alright. How do we make that better? Yeah, right now it definitely feels like she's more in just this ambient light, you know, where there's no real direction to it other than, I mean, a little bit here, but if it were me, I would just go at it one light at a time, you know, kind of hide the other ones that you're not working on directly. So like, if you're focusing on the key light first, then just kind of get rid of that. We'll figure it out later. Paint it as if it wasn't on. And always, of course, starting with the more important one. So key light pointing down. So that's going to be all your main highlights, like your most vivid highlights will be pointing up. So yeah, so if it's straight down, like what you have here, that's easy for the shadows at least, you know, so that you know that this wing here will cast shadow, but it'll cast the shadow directly underneath, not offset like this. So you would probably have some light here then. You can reach the top of the shoulder, outside of the body. This area would be quite bright here too. Back here it would be the same idea, but probably the head would be blocking part of the highlight there. Maybe not. So yeah, the way that I would recommend that you do it, you know, you just you ignore any shadows first. So just everything that's facing up, like the arms here, there's probably going to be shadows on these arms, but just disregard it for now. So just shade it as if everything was transparent almost. Everything gets light. The hand gets light. You get light. You also get light. Everything pointing up gets light. Top of the leg. Leg 2. Something here. And then after that, erase the stuff that you don't want. So directly under this. This works if you have a different layer. No mistake. Marc. Whatevs. Still got it. And then you figure out the shadows. So right, directly under the wing here, probably can get rid of some of that. Back here probably all gonna be gone. And here probably gonna get a little bit of shadow from the shoulder. The hair here is probably gonna cast some shadow. On the side of these bits, probably not gonna get lit. So yeah, there's a lot of details here, so it's gonna be a fun time, but but that's how I would tackle it. So paint the light everywhere, and then remove the light when there's a shadow. That probably goes a little too far back. gluteus maximus. Because seen from the top, you know, if you like do a cross section here, what it looks like really is like the glutes are pointing towards the same direction. It creates kind of like this V shape. So this is going to be like your hips in the front, and then your legs, and then gluteus medius here, and then gluteus maximus down here. But yeah, it's still, you still have kind of like this, the side of the leg, and then the side of the butt cheeks. So the angle here is going to be slightly different. So this is going to be facing the light more directly. This is going to be facing the light not as directly. So yeah, so that's light number one, and then you would do that until that one light looks good without anything else. And after that, you can hide it, get out of here, and focus on the other ones. Yeah, so to answer your questions here. Yeah, so the way that I had it here is a little offset, right? So like the light is here, seems kind of strange, but I'm thinking that it's like this distance that I'm considering is right on top of the arm. So that's why I'm not gonna take this to tell me or to indicate where the light's coming. Instead, I'll take this part of the wing, because the arm is not close to the body. It's kind of extending away from the body, just like the wing is. So I'm going with like this area here. That's why the shoulder, that's why the shadow starts there. Essentially, the farther it is. So if I pushed it even more, like maybe using this side here, this part, and the shadow was right here, then it would just indicate that the arm is coming out even more, coming towards us even more. Well, that's not the case because it's not quite in the same direction. So that's what. So you almost have to create like a grid in your head around this stuff here. So kind of imagining that's gonna be like where the shadow is gonna be kind of and like that arm kind of goes through that box. Yeah, the easiest for this though, because I mean this is a cool brain exercise, you know. But yeah, you need reference to learn anything. So I would just go into this this thing here. Probably what you were gonna do anyways, but magic posa, and then you move that person into the right angle. Try to get that same crazy pose, and then place the light around. Like find something that looks good, and do the same process. Like rotate the light around for the different light sources that you have. I wish I had some spare time, because I would want to do a pass on this. That'd be fun. But I'll let you do that. When it comes to the anatomy, though, yeah, it's gonna be this butt cheek. I think could be a little better defined. This one looks a little too flat. I'm not, like, this is not exactly it either. So yeah, reference. The rest of the anatomy is okay. Maybe this shoulder looks weird. Maybe that's the only other one. Like when you're extending your arm forward, like usually the shoulder follows. You know, it's really tricky to pull your shoulder back and then like do this. It's very uncomfortable. So I would probably just rotate her torso. I don't think you would need to change much in here. Like rotate her torso this way a bit, just so that you can have this shoulder kind of go forward a bit more. So that this shoulder's back, that shoulder's in front, and you have kind of this thing going on there, where maybe you can see this, her right breast a bit more. This one here can go a little more to the side. And so like the center of your body now is going to be slightly different. But this way, that arm, I think, is going to make more sense. Like the pose, if you're reaching forward, I think the shoulder should go with. something like that. Yeah, no, for the butt, for the butt, the magic poser is not gonna cut it. You'll need just like a fitness model in that pose. It should be easy to find. Like you don't need the other leg, you just need one leg that's bent. I think that should be too hard to find. But yeah, that's what I got for you, dude. Really good. Damn. Looking forward to see the finished version. Magic poser sucks. You're right. I understand the hate here, but it's great for light reference. That's the only thing I use it for. When I'm not sure of like how a light should look like in particular angle. Like let's say you have like an arm that's bent like this, and you're trying to figure out like what's left over of the light on something else, like on a body, after going through different layers of stuff that's in the way. That's, I mean, I'm not gonna, try to compute that in my head. I'll just use Magic Poser for that kind of stuff. Super easy. And at the same time, it's a reference, so you learn a little bit. I use it mostly for lighting. It's really good for that. Don't be a hater. All right, Ryan. Yep, I remember. Man. Yeah, that's a good one to do a before and after. Yeah, thanks. Move still. We're still stressing out about it. Yes, falling behind, not packing fast enough. But Miniko, I'm preparing a prompt, and without spoiling the reveal, it's going to come in handy to know metallic rendering. So I redid an old prop of mine. I would appreciate if you check my rendering here. I divided the surface into planes and made it more manageable, but I might miss something. What do you think? Got it. Yeah, so way better. It's like you're 10 years older. Yeah, the difference here is pretty crazy. So good job on that. That's number one. And then metallic surfaces. Yeah, so the shading here is very successful. That conveys the shapes quite well. What I'm getting though from this part of the helmet is that it's kind of curved, so from the side, if it's bright here and it gets darker and darker, it means that it's kind of curving in, I would think. So from the side view, it's kind of like that. And you have the eyes under here. I'm guessing that's correct. If not, if it's just like a flat cap, then you just want to make sure that this continues all the way to the edge. Make it more angular. But yeah, no, other than that looks great. So how to make this more metallic? Maybe we could add a little bit of thickness here. Later, Nick. Sweet dreams. Yeah, looks good. Looks really good. The mouthpiece too. This is kind of shaded evenly, so it would suggest that it's kind of flat. Kind of like this, which it might be. That's fine. Maybe cool, like to curve it a little bit. So having like the bottom here, maybe I have less light. It can't reach as well. Kind of curving in. Anyways, that's not what you're asking at all. You're asking about materials, how to draw something that's more metallic. I think you're off to a good start. Metallic surfaces are just very reflective, so they'll reflect the environment, and they are very high contrast. So you're gonna get a big difference between your highlights and your shadows. So reflective and high contrast. So if we take like a simple example, like just the top here is kind of like a sphere. Let's just shade that like if it's a simple sphere without any reflections first. just making sure that we have high contrast because we're painting metals. All right, so high contrast enough, right? Goes pretty dark and highlights pretty bright. But now there's no real reflections on here yet. So now we can add reflections maybe coming from behind here. So what you had, like this little bit of highlight. Let's crank that up, make it even more intense. Boom, boom. And now I'm gonna get a, like the transition here, that's gonna influence how reflective your surface is. So if it's kind of fuzzy, then your surface is a little bit reflective. But if it's a little sharper, that suggests that it's more glossy. Let's just leave it like that for now. And on the other side too, maybe. And then what other reflections could we have in here? Maybe the dark of the environment. So maybe it's just gray everywhere. So we're just gonna slap on some gray here. Where it might be reflected, maybe on the side here. It's reflecting the side of the environment. And then the light source, you know, what's the light source like? Is it a square? Is it round? Is it like a spotlight? Is it a bunch of neon lights? Like a car dealership, you know, a bunch of straight lines. That's gonna be your highlight. So let's say it's a square highlight. It's gonna be a square stretched out over a round surface. But yeah, essentially now we're just working on the reflection. So you start off with like just the base shape, the base volume without any reflection. So just high contrast, you know, shadows on the side, lights where it's facing directly the light source. And after that, you start to introduce the reflection. So have the reflections on a separate layer that you can either blur them if you want something that's a little bit less rough, or a little bit less shiny, glossy surface. Or you leave it pretty tight for something that's quite glossy. But yeah, the more reflections, the better. So in here, you know, there's not a whole lot. Maybe there's somebody hanging there, or maybe there's another light source, like neon light in the street or whatever. Somebody standing there, something that's purple. But that's kind of the logic. So now I think the cap looks pretty shiny, like he's been polishing it up, like my forehead. And that's how I would tackle it. So you shade it the same way that you would shade any volume. It's just it's really in the reflections that is going to start to take shape and look more metallic. That helps. And like maybe, you know, like maybe these pipes are being reflected in the, you know, if the pipes are right here, maybe like this little, like the faces that are pointing down, maybe they catch up, maybe they pick it up a little bit. So you might have like some of these pipe reflections here. Yeah. It's a little bit easier if you have like an environment in mind, like a room or just something simple so that you can imagine what kind of stuff is going to be reflected. But the most important is always the shape of the light. So the light, if it's something super shiny, what the reflection here is going to be just the exact same light, right? So let's say, is there something shiny here? Let's say I hold this cup. It's not going to be a good example, but this is just like a stretched version of the square light that I have right up here. It's just the glass is deforming, it's like stretching the reflection, but it is still just that. If I had like a sphere, a ball, maybe that'd be. I don't get that, but well, that helps. Moving on to Elijah. All right. All is well. Ish. So this is my first time doing 3-point perspective and 4-point perspective. And I for sure learned a ton. Feel free to tear apart any mistakes or small issues that you see with either piece. The stream hasn't worn you down too much today. Anyway, thanks for the help. Have an awesome week. No, I like this. And, you know, for most people, might not be their definition of fun to be sitting it out. Excuse me, sitting it out for like 7 hours, giving feedback to other people. But I'm training my eye at the same time. So I just see this as me improving at the same time. So time well spent. I can help other people and help myself too. Yes. I'll never complain about that. Hell yeah, that looks good. All right. All right. Well, this dude looks great. Face looks like the head looks nice. Maybe from this angle, like you wouldn't see his chest as much. If you look at me, you know, and I go like this, like my neck pretty much disappears, and all that's gonna be left is gonna be like these clavicles here, like blocking the view pretty much everything. You might see the chest maybe a little bit. Maybe. If it were me though, I would just. Never mind. That looks good. Yeah, same thing with the rest of the body here. Maybe making the feet a bit longer to match the hands more, because we're not going to be seeing the feet at any kind of perspective. We're looking at the feet pretty much as if, you know, we're looking down at our own feet. So there's not going to be a whole lot of distortion there. So they'll be kind of, yeah, not deformed by any foreshortening effect. Other than that, this guy looks nice. You got it. Ryan, Juan, have a good night. I'll see you guys next time. And let's try to see if there's any issues with the perspective in here. So, let's try to find the vanishing points first. Okay, so this is the depth. So vanishing point number 3 would be kind of right here. It's also the horizon. All right, now the ones on the sides. So let's see, right here, vanishing points, and the top one will be somewhere around here. All right, now we have all our vanishing points. Let's try to see if everything works here. So depth. Yes, the doorway. Yes, that's correct. These details. The stairs. Yep. Very nice. Details up here. Yes. Following everything nicely. Well done. Side here. Doors, the entrance, the start of this arch. Yep. Out the stairs. Stairs down here. Nailed it. And then side of the shields. Side of these columns, small details. Yeah, man. Very good. So the only thing that might be missing here, that might be a little off, is using this line here, because this is the line for anything that has any sort of height, right? So if you're going up, you're going towards that point, and that's going to include the stairs too. So these stairs would be going in that direction. So less noticeable down here, like these are all okay. But as you go further out here, so this one here is starting to see that it doesn't quite line up, right? And the effect will be even more pronounced on these lower stairs. So for this angle to be correct, it needs to be like that. Might look a bit weird, but it's just yeah. We're playing outside of the fat triangle here. This, and every time you go too far out, that's when you start to see a lot of weird stuff. It's still accurate if you measure it correctly, if you construct it well. It just looks strange because it's distorted because of the perspective. Our eyes not used to seeing that. That's like lens distortion that you would have. If you had like a really wide angle shot. But yeah, and by the way, like the thing for the stairs here, the same gonna apply for this here, right? That's going up. It's also gonna apply to this door, this archway. So I was focusing on the small details, but it's kind of more significant for the door here. So if you're using the same corner up here for this door, boom, now the door will look all weird, all distorted. So now the correct door would be kind of like this. Whee! Looks a little funky. Same thing with the window here as well. So anything that goes up, that goes towards the sky, goes towards that point. This is the point where everything goes towards, anything that goes towards the sky. So in here too, these stairs as well. The guy here as well will be like inclined like this as he's about to fall on his face. He won't. It's just the distortion because of the lens, but still, same logic applies everywhere. The house. Peyton. All right, let's save this. So this week I made 3 heads for creativity, and I've started the line art for it. Along with the advice for this piece, I want some advice for my next one. I'm going to try it and illustrate a 15... bro. All right. 8 versus 7, and I don't know how I would do it. It's going to have it... it's going to have in it all the characters from my art class. So basically all my characters that aren't human. Well, my first instinct, to respond to this would be don't do that. It's the hardest thing that you can probably do. Having just one character with a background is already hard enough. Having 2 interacting is significantly harder. And then the more characters that you add, the more complex it becomes. Especially if you have to draw shadows and light that matches everything and oof. Especially those that aren't humans, so it's a little harder to construct. My recommendation would be to draw each character on their own and just kind of collage them all in one nice piece. So of course you'll have to think of what I'm thinking is like a Capcom poster, like a Street Fighter poster where you have all the characters. They were all, maybe not all the time, but often they're always drawn individually, and then they're just assembled into this big collage where you see two groups fighting each other. So I would tackle it this way: one character at a time, focus only on one character at a time, and when you're done with that character, you kind of hide it and then start working on the next one. You could do kind of an overall composition for the whole thing, just to know where the characters are going to go and kind of their overall pose, so that you have a direction for each of them. So that's you don't have a bunch of characters facing in the wrong directions. That's gonna look silly. But let's say you do. I'm just gonna do 4 characters. But so you have one here. That's I don't know what. Sitting on something. Then you have another one that's behind. Flexing his muscles. And so let's say that's our 2 characters. So you have one in front, one behind. You kind of know the pose, approximately what it should look like. Now you would kind of just take that, blow it up, and then redo it again in just nice and polished, just like you would do any of your characters. And then after that, you would do the same thing with the other character, one at a time. So it's almost like you're doing 15 characters, 15 paintings. That's why it's a lot, right? So the amount here is insane. So I still recommend that you don't do that, because you'll be, you know, spending the rest of the year on this thing. But if you must, treat it as just 15 different pieces, and then assemble them all together at the end, and maybe do like a lighting pass so that like the shadows kind of work, if you're planning to add shadows. But yeah, one at a time, starting with like a rough sketch, just so that you know the direction, where they're looking, where they're facing, the angle, the perspective, and then one by one. So that's the advice for the big piece. Because I guarantee you, if you try to draw them all at once, and you're never gonna finish. You'll be discouraged way sooner than halfway through. And I know, because I did that when I was younger. I think I was maybe 20. Where it was a piece where I had, I think it was 4 characters versus 4 characters, and it took me the longest out of, like, it took me way longer than it would have taken if I just worked on each character individually. It was a nightmare. So I don't want you to go through the same thing. Treat it as individual paintings. You'll have a much nicer time. Oh, so it's got 3 heads. What the hell? All right. Is that it, right? Yeah. All right. Yeah, I like this direction. That's kind of cool. Yeah, and like I'm guessing like different parts of the body is gonna be using those different kind of color palettes. That could be super cool. Like the 3 Power Rangers that assemble into one bigger one, and then they all share their features. That's cool, man. I like what you have so far. Some nice shapes. Cool designs for these. Especially like the first 2 here. This one, the only thing I'm not as big of a fan of would be like these rectangles, like the floating rectangles. Is that supposed to be like a samurai helmet kind of thing? Maybe, but I feel like it might look cooler if it was just like plate, you know, if it was like metallic, a hard surface, hard opaque surface. Or maybe it's like plexiglass or glass, and it's just like one piece that's all attached together, kind of cut in the right way. Although they all, oh, I see. So this one is like the square dude. That's the circle. That's the triangle. Got it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still not a fan of this. The floating glass feels strange. So maybe something else. Maybe just the head itself is just more square. But they look very nice. I love the design of this. She's got like, it's more simple this one, but it's like she's got a cool face paint. And flashlights embedded in her forehead. Always useful. Yeah, my favorite though is this one. This one is super cool. Love the shapes. Love just the read on it. It's weird too. It's different. Very hooky. Hope that helps, Peyton. Man, looking forward to see how this develops. That sounds exciting. Anas, here, Rubra. I hope you're having a great day. Yes. I hope you too. So these are some anatomy studies. I am trying to understand more about anatomy, so I'm starting with the torso and the rib cage. For the next day, I will try to draw some muscles. So what do you think? Any advice? See those studies. Oh, that's a weird pose. What the hell? Alright. Interesting. Oh, I see. So this one is slightly different. Slightly off. Like the right side's right, all correct. This side here though, like the trapezius is flexed a little bit more, right? So you can see the bump here is a little rounder. more flexion. That's because the rib cage, not the rib cage, the rotator cuff groups is a little higher in this case. So it's actually going to be just this tiny bit right there. So slightly smaller than this side here. Because there you're going to have the latissimus dorsi. And then it starts right here. So shoulder, posterior head of the delt going and attaching onto the spine of scapula back here. There's just that this scapula is a little higher than this one. He's lifting his shoulder. Yeah, this much better. Yep. You can kind of see the subtle here, but like that line there, that little thing here, oink, that's the latissimus dorsi, just like you have on the other side, just slightly higher. This line, let's take that out. Just the bicep. You can split it, but it'll be more like in the center here. Probably can't see too much from this angle. Yep. Right on. So mostly all correct. Now I'm here. That muscle here, that radiobrachialis, not brachialis, attached a little higher, right behind the actual brachialis. And here, that line there, that's where the bicep starts. That's going to be brachialis here. Bicep in front, in red. Yeah, the brachialis always sandwiched in the middle. In the middle. All right, these look good. Can understand the pose, no problem. All right. Right on. So, I think that's good exercise. What I would tweak maybe in this exercise here would be to add the neck, just so that you practice that particular attachment, because that's usually the trickiest part, attaching the neck on here. So, always kind of drawing, as if, you could see like the transparency here. So you have kind of like this as a basic cylinder. So that's kind of like the base shape for your rib cage. Sternum in the center here. Rib cage, the ribs going to the sides. And here is going to be pretty empty. And then those ribs kind of going back here at the spine. And in the back, towards the top here, you can round this out just like you've done. And what you want to figure out is essentially what this thing looks like up here, because it's going to be the opening for the neck, right? So that's where the cylinder for the neck is going to attach. So my cylinder here looks kind of like that. So I'm going to have an ellipse that's exactly the same, just smaller, but in the right angle, same angle. So from this angle, you probably can't see it, right? Because it'll be like behind on this other side. So it's kind of like the top of the barrel. If we can see the bottom, we can't see the top, but it'll be kind of like that in the same shape. So now you can attach your neck. Boing. And I would recommend that you do that for all of these. Find out, get used to seeing where the neck attaches, like through the shapes. If you're not sure, just construct it just like that. And this one here, you can almost always fit these into a barrel. And so always try to do that. Make sure that the barrel is in the right angle. Like this one here, we can see we can't really see on the inside. It looks like pretty much eye level. No, it doesn't. It looks more like we can see a little bit of the top of the rib cage. So you can probably see the attachment here for the neck. and we couldn't see the bottom of it. Unlike this one here, where we can see the bottom, we can kind of peek inside the barrel from underneath, the barrel being the rib cage. So that's kind of the gauge. Can you look inside the rib cage? Not really. Right now, like I can only look down on it. So I can't see more information on the inside. You can see the top more. Neck attaches there. So always try to trace a cylinder around it. That's gonna be the biggest help because that's kind of the construction of it. And if you can draw this in any angle and always be able to situate where the neck's gonna go, the halfway point here, kind of splitting that cylinder in half, and always attaching the neck in the right spot, then you'll be well on your way to to completing the body. Just try to transform these more abstract shapes. Like that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad shape to think about. Yeah. Either that or cylinder, whatever works best for you. The idea is that you can always place this and it's always accurate, as accurate as possible. Feel like that's simpler to get out of a barrel, but there's many different ways to construct it, so. Yeah, I hope that helps, honest. One more thing. Just be careful about your line quality. You know, instead of doing a bunch of lines, just make it a habit of just erasing it when the line is off. Like instead of doing this, just erase it and then do one clean one. You'll see. You don't need to practice that too much. It just needs to be something that's on your mind, you know, that you pay closer attention to, and eventually your line's just gonna clean up like really quick. And just taking a jump and making that being a little bit more aware of those lines, forcing the confidence, and you'll see the confidence actually comes quite soon after that, after you start forcing it. But yeah, Control Z is your friend, and you'll see the more your lines clean up, the less Control Z you'll have to do. Moving on to Axe. And after that, we'll take a short break. So, I posted this on the feed a while ago, but I kept forgetting to submit it to live stream, so I have spent a long time on perspective. Now I'm mainly struggling with the lighting. Excuse me. I've been making more progress on learning it since completing this drawing, but it has been mostly geoforms, like in the lower right. I'm struggling thinking things through when it becomes a complex scene. Yeah, that's more challenging. Although, before you do anything like that, you know, if this is challenging, I would definitely try to give it this treatment. Simpler. It's like maybe like you treat this big mountain here as like this big box. Which seems like that's exactly what you did anyways. Big box in the right perspective. This mountain back here maybe is like a big cylinder stack. And then it helps to have cross sections like this. But that's what I would recommend that you do if you're looking to construct a scene. You know, if you're not working off of a reference. So if it's just out of the noggin, construct it first. Always, even if it's organic. Everything is a volume. Always. You can always simplify it down to simpler shapes. And it really helps just to imagine, especially for the shading. So that's the reason I mentioned this, because when you have simpler shapes, they're simpler and they're simpler to light. It's way more challenging to light up like a mountain like this with a bunch of details, a bunch of caves, holes, and stuff sticking out, versus shading like a simple tube, like a simple funnel thing like this. So the process would be to draw those simple shapes, shade them very simply. Like, where's the light coming from? Is the light coming from behind here? Let's say it is. That cylinder is going to be shaded that way. Maybe this thing here is like a box, and that's the entrance of the box. So the top of that might be a little brighter. The light can reach. And here the opposite side of that mountain is going to be quite dark. No light can reach. These faces are, yeah, kind of facing the sun. And so once you have like this super simple shading, now you know, like, all right, so this kind of works. Too simple. Now you can go in and start to detail some more. But I really like the approach of that we have in like game development, where you'll start with a blockout, something that's bare bones, something that's just, you know, super rough shapes just placed around like a scene, no texture, nothing. And from there you take that and then you slap on the details. So you make sure that the foundation is solid first, it's well constructed, because then you can always revert back to that, you know, when it comes to thinking about the shading, thinking about the light. And then you just increase details, more details. So if I look at this, you know, the same process would be going through my mind. So where's the light coming from? And then if I simplify these shapes to their simplest shape, the simplest volume, what would that look like? So it looks like the light is coming from kind of like this. So yeah, here it'd be pretty bright. Sunlight is hitting on that pretty directly. The inside of the cave here, probably not. You know, if this is a wall, then if anything, this whole thing, like this whole thing up here is going to be casting shadow onto the environment if the light is coming behind us. So we're the one casting a shadow. This whole opening will be casting shadow towards the scene. So depending on how high this the cave that we're in is this like a huge cliff? Does it go really high, or that's it? You know, is there like a tiny roof and that's it? So that depends. And the higher it is, like the further this will extend into the rest of the scene. So maybe if it's like a really high wall, right, high cliff, then maybe it might even eat up this part and cast shadow onto this whole thing. But let's just say it's not too high, and that the sun is not, it's pretty high up, so not gonna be too much of an angle to the shadows. So maybe the shadow ends here. All of that is in the shade, but here is where the sun shines. So this big cliff too is gonna be casting shadow onto the scene somehow. Maybe you'll reach the tip here. And so this is just like the immediate area. These rocks also not gonna get some lights like that. They'll get some lights for sure, but it'll be the ambient light from the sun, not the sun, the sky, and maybe some bounce lights. But it's not gonna be the same kind of intensity for sure. The most intense is gonna be outside here, where the sun is hitting directly. So all this stuff here seems like it will be in the shadows too, if the tip here is in the shadow. Reflection in the water, it's gonna be the same color as the sky. Can have that water be a little bit more reflective there. Getting complicated, but let's ignore the water for now. We can do that later. But yeah, so anyways, if this is you know, if the shadow here is a result of this wall here, this wall facade, then most likely this is also in the shadows. And so yeah, and then behind this big structure here, this whole thing there, that might be casting shadow as well onto the back of the scene here. How far back? I don't know. Maybe not far enough that this would receive it. But the rest of this stuff here, all of that's facing the light more directly. Maybe as it goes away from us, less directly. So anyways, yeah, not the ideal way to work. It's better to construct the scene, figure out the lighting initially with simple volumes, and then you add the details. Because otherwise you have to do a lot of figuring out, a lot of stuff that you have to erase, especially if you shaded things, if you applied lights already, like you have. So what I would recommend that you do is like at the beginning, like what I did, simplify down to simple shapes. Try to shade those shapes, ignore the details, and then once you've shaded those shapes, it looks kind of nice. Then you go and kind of apply that on top here, and then figure out the details later. After that's done. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. But man, this looks cool. It's a really cool scene, really cool drawing. Yeah, with like nice lighting in here. Ooh. Ooh, good look. Nice, very nice. If you don't want to figure it out, you know, if this is too hard to imagine, to construct it, create a scene at home, you know, with boxes and stuff. Again, considering that each of these are like simple volumes. You know, maybe for this mountain here, you use like a cereal box. For like this thing here, a shoe, it doesn't matter. And then you shine the light on here and just kind of get an idea of how the light's going to behave. Moving on. Vika. Oh, that's cute. So here with another box, sci-fi this time. Please give me your usual nitpicking and overall feedback. Will do. First impression is very positive. That was good. Real good. Love the like, little subtle light reflection here. Yeah, nice and chunky. Very nice shapes, very nice shading, nice colors. What am I gonna say here? Maybe because I see light here, you know, in the front, so that this kind of blue light seems like it's coming from this angle, something like that. I would just maybe have it on this face too here. I'm getting like this is glowy, yes, but maybe still get some of that light. Might be cool. It's really good. I'm trying to find something, but it would just be like some extra stuff with the lighting maybe, you know, considering that this is on a surface somewhere. There's going to be some light bouncing off of that surface. Right now it's kind of floating in the air, so maybe not, but I can't help but imagine this, you know, like some light particles. Boing. Boing. So it would be more like as a gradient, so nothing too intense, but yeah, it would be lighting. So I don't know. Let's try it real quick. Just to introduce some gradients, because that's because what else? What else other than that? Yeah, just trying to find like a way to introduce some gradients from top to bottom. Maybe it's just a little brighter up here. Maybe it's bounced light from below. Either way, any gradient would be cool, I think. Because yeah. Other than that, this looks awesome. Design-wise, you're asking. I want to see what's inside. Like I don't like this because now I want to see what this is. That looks like the prize. What's in there? What's this green stuff? The only thing, how it locks. Feels like, you know, always looking at like the weaker, the point that's the weakest to open this up. It seems like it's the up top here, like somebody that tried to like take it from above and like open up this way. I think you would have a lot of leverage, which might not be good for something that's supposed to be secure. So maybe if you had like an extra clamp up here, you know, to kind of like maybe this opens up when this thing opens up, and then once it's all closed, it goes like strunk. It kind of covers the whole thing here, going on over basically something like this, like a clamp. But that's the only thing, you know, just function wise. Other than that, I mean, the design looks super. It looks good. So I was looking more at the functionality of things, but visually it looks very interesting, very nice. Looks really good, Vika. Maybe something with the maybe the perspective is slightly off, like in this area. Everywhere is tight, but what is it? Maybe it's this shape here. Like this clamp and that shape seem to be in a slightly different perspective, maybe. Why is that? Let me check. Horizon. Oh, it's very subtle. Very subtle. It's just that's a little bit off. Not by much, but like the corner is a little higher here. I think that's just it. Just kind of shifting everything here a little higher. Painting with overlay. That's why. That's why it's not working. Then the clamp here. I think it's just the same idea. Like the center of it doesn't look like it's centered properly with this little thing here. It's just small details that make this feel just a little bit less strong. Like if this is the center right here, we could extend this a bit on this side. Push that flap so that this lines up in the middle. Yeah, awesome. Other than that, I mean, like I said, I'm just really nitpicking here, but because it's really good. Awesome stuff. Yeah. All right, and then for pair, we are going to be BRB. I need to go eat something. My stomach's making all sorts of noises. I'll be right back in like 5-6 minutes, and then we'll wrap this up. Be right back, guys. All right, final stretch. Let's go. So let's go right into it. have a delicious muffin in my stomach, so I have the energy to keep going to deliver this feedback. So, pair. All right, so what's up? So I have pieces from term 2. I want to try and stick to a term a week. Would love some feedback. A term a week. A term a week. That's really fast. All right, so we'd love some feedback on the face study and how accurate they are if I missed any specific spots. The pictures to the right are an original character that I created after what you said last week, putting clothes onto the gesture now. I would love to hear your feedback on the pose itself, as well as the clothing apparel seems, if the clothing apparel seems correct in the way that it flows. Lastly, I have the 4-point perspective human, and you can take it. You can take a glance at it. Hoping all turned out well. All right. Look at this little guy here. Yeah, the only thing I'll say here is that maybe he's like ballooned up a bit. So like things like the torso width and like the width of the legs. But then again, like he didn't draw the guy not in 4-point perspective, so he might actually just be buff, more buff. That looks really good. Maybe the feet could be a little longer from this angle here. Maybe his head could be slightly bigger. A face also, like bigger and a little higher to help reinforce the perspective. The idea, being that if you're from the front, and you can see something in the middle like this, when you're looking up, then that curve is going to be here instead, and so everything that was on this line or slightly below, like the eyes, now they're going to be all the way up here. So you had the right idea. I'm just making that a little more intense, pushing those up a bit more. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I feel like I'm not gonna have a whole lot to say on these. They're really good. I love how clear it is too. Like the presentation, very nice, very clean. Yeah, these heads have really good proportions. Nice, dude. Very nice. Yeah, like as you're practicing these, I would definitely start to, if I were you, start to add the facial features on here, but like not super detailed, not necessarily like this much, but just something on here to practice imagining them in different, in different angles, like how deep the eyes are in different angles. That's usually a little harder. Maybe just a quick indication for the nose, and it can be just like a simple triangle or something. Like positioning the eyes on here, like where they would be, right to the mouth. Yeah, no details, just to practice positioning them in space, in different angles. You do a better job here. There we go. Yeah, very good, very good constructions, and maybe here, looking at like the nose and that eye here might be a little bit too close to the edge of the face. So let's try to see what the volumes are here. Going to the nose, square, and back again. So that should be like right here, like going back and almost like the same perspective. And that line should be landing right on the corner of the eye, if that were the case. that's kind of what I'm trying to imagine. Now you have, of course, the nose on top of that, so that line is slightly different, but I think you can already see like where it's starting to diverge a bit from what it should be. So the eye not quite centered anymore, like this one is. I think you just need to place the corner of that eye right here, behind the nose. Maybe push this one out a bit. That's not that two eyes are not too close together. So maybe it starts right here. So corner of the eye number one, other corner of the eye right here, and then yeah, just that one's okay. Nothing to change here. It's just this one here in the back. Just needs to be a little higher, a little bit closer to the nose to be symmetrical. But man, that's good, really good. Maybe the eyebrows here could leave a little bit more space for that part here, like the that part of the eye socket. So just lifting that eyebrow just a bit more. But beautiful head. Really good stuff. Really good. Let's take a look at these now. Yay! Hell yeah. Yeah, the main help, to construct first, of course, it's to help with just overall understanding the character and the proportions, that kind of stuff. But one thing that helps with as well is going to be the angle of the fold. So if you know that you have like a cylinder, like the pants here, that's pants that are covering a cylinder that's in that angle, then you know that the folds will also go in the same angle. Like you're not gonna get folds that, I mean, you can if there's enough tension, but like natural folds, like going from, it's always gonna have the same kind of curve going towards this curve here, going down, 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 down. Like you're not gonna get curves that go the other way. You're not gonna get a curve like that. That would be very strange. And so that's what it's for also. So it helps you figure out like the angle of these folds. So like for the knee here, all the folds coming towards us will be like, going around the cylinder, but coming towards us. So taking the outside route going, they're not gonna dig in. That would make sense. Yeah, and then here at the tip, it's probably gonna be a little bit more tension there, I would think. So maybe you could have, you can remove the folds here because the knee is pressing against the fabric. So here, that would itself be a point of tension, the knee. So the folds will be kind of starting here and kind of going down here around the leg. I mean, it's a tighter fabric, so you can take that with a grain of sand. But yeah, overall, man, it's really, really good. The anatomy works great too. Love the hand here. Feels like it's clearly pressed against the ground. The shoulder area though, I think we're gonna have maybe some edits to do here to make. Like yeah, that shoulder looks alright. So you got your trapezius here, and then the shoulder, the main body of the shoulder. Yeah, that looks good. It's this one here. It's a little so traps. Yes. Then chests. Also here, in front. And then the shoulder begins. I think from this angle, you're just gonna get probably just more of the shoulder mass visible, like here. That's gonna stick out some more. And to the point that it's probably gonna, I mean, looking at that shoulder, that's a pretty big one. From this angle, likely gonna cover most of that stuff. And he's pushing his shoulder forward too, to have the hand, like the elbow back this much. Like it forces the shoulder forward. So going like this, and you can see like what it creates here. Doing, doing, doing. So I think I think it looks pretty good. It's just like the lines here, like connecting all these different pieces. There should be more overlap. So more like kind of what I've been mentioning in this stream, having more of that stuff. All right, so volume in front, volume behind, and having that clear overlap. It really helps to sell the depth perspective. So your shoulder a little more intense. And probably like this, you can get rid of most of the details because it'll be just like this big mass that's pretty stretched out. Not really flexed, kind of just going around the joint, stretching around the joint. Like these fibers here that start in the front. Muscle fibers that have to travel a long way from here, doink, all the way down to the front. So they're gonna be nice and stretched. So yeah, all this to say that it looks really good. I think you just need to make that left shoulder a bit bigger, and have it kind of hide part of the arm behind. Maybe you could have the tricep here, poke out some more. Make the tricep slightly longer, the forearm slightly longer, by having the tricep visible, and the elbow kind of right here. Yeah, it's just because it's hard to put yourself in that position. Like, you can try it, it's very uncomfortable. So to have the elbow in also as much as you have it, very hard pose to maintain. So usually the elbow will be a little bit more out, and yeah, something like that. But nitpicking, it looks very good, very nice. Yeah, man, that's all I got, Para. Good stuff, man. Really, really good. A lot of good practice here. Keep it up. That's what I like to see. Jeffrey, what's nap? What? There's a lot going on here. All right, so hope you're doing well. I am, Jeffrey. Hope you're doing good too. So I haven't been working much in the past couple of weeks due to life, but I'm ready to get back on the grind. Here's my 1 point perspective piece that I also want to use as part of the world I'm building. Try to keep composition in mind, and also did a rough color sketch on the right. Any and all suggestions appreciated. All right, let's take a look at the construction first. All right, very nice use of the line weight here. So thicker lines up front, finer lines back there. Yes, so the depth reads nicely thanks to that. Because this could have gotten really, really just overwhelming with lines if you didn't do that. So nice job. Yeah, perspective wise, I think there's no problem here. Let me try to double check just in case. All these lines going where? Where is that vanishing point? There it is. Horizon. Okay. Yes. Check. Yeah, that works. All right. no problem with the perspective. So successful drawing in that sense. Yeah, it's a cool piece. Like it's grand entrance. What is that? Oh, it's his finger. Nice. Right on. So with the sketch only, so nothing with the perspective. The perspective is on point. The other thing I think is just to help the read would be the stairs and like your treatment of the details of the stairs. Like it gets really busy up here, like all these lines basically merging into one another. So when that's the case, what I recommend, what looks better, is to just get rid of them. You know, like have a suggestion of lines, maybe, but don't draw them all. Because otherwise, like this area becomes very busy, and it kind of hugs, it attracts all the attention. So I can't stop but look at the pattern that it creates here. It's like zzz, like your eyes just, it goes to that. Ignoring the rest, which the rest is the most interesting. So what I would recommend here, yeah, kind of just get rid of this whole thing. Treat it differently, like merge a lot of those details instead. I would get rid of the whole thing and then just add suggestions. Like maybe on the outside here, kind of suggesting that there is some texture there. You know, it's not just flat and smooth. There's stuff happening there, but so small that our eyes can really pick up the details. So it ends up being just this abstract. And then as you get closer and closer, now you can start to introduce them a little bit more, so they look more like stairs, like the right size and maybe a little bit more details. I'm gonna go quick because I don't want to draw them all, but the closer you get, the more we can see them and kind of have this gradient. See, so now it's a little bit more, it's a little easier on the eyes. And we still understand that this is probably stairs. You know, if the stairs are, we can see the individual stairs down here, probably safe to assume it just continues all the way to the top. Like a good old normal staircase. So that's that. That's just that for the drawing that I wanted to point out. On the subject of details too, like I might recommend that you tone it down, like on the outside here. You know, always try to find a focal point for your art, for your characters if you have any, or for your environment if that's what you're working on. So this the focal point of an environment might be, I mean, it'll be just the area that's the most interesting, that's worth looking at. So if it's a door, that's usually going to be it. You know, if it's only a door, people will look at that because there's mystery to attach to this. Like what's on the other side? I don't know. A lot more mysterious than just a wall. So if this is your focal point, right, the door itself, I would focus a lot of the details around here. But as you go away from that, you kind of remove the detail so that nothing fights that. It's always a clear winner. All the attention goes to the door, and then what you would try to tone down maybe would be like these details here. So that's very noisy. It's a lot of noise, a lot of busyness here. So every time I look at the door, I see my eye kind of drifting this way, and I have to look at this like and it's distracting. So I think if you could still have the same thing, but maybe there's just a few of them. Maybe you don't detail them as much. So the same idea as the stairs. Instead, you have like suggestions of these roots. So maybe like the outside here is kind of a little fuzzy maybe. And then you can have like some details on the inside, on the tip, on the silhouette. here where maybe the holes are a little bit more obvious, but try to tone it down so that the details are not overwhelming compared to the rest. It's all relative. So if you have this amount of details around your focal point, you want to have less than that somewhere else, other places, and more and less as you go away from this area. So this looks like nothing, but it's the same idea as this thing here. So just having just the contour of those roots might be enough for something that's this far in the distance. All right, and then color. All right, so here, one thing I would recommend is to put that on the side. Actually, just discard what you did here and work on values only. Don't think about colors just yet. Colors are going to be impacted by so many things. I would focus on just the values, so just the shading here, and the light, a little bit of the light too, but in grayscale, so no colors. Yeah, because the color in the scene is not going to be a whole, like it's not going to really change too much, so you can save that for the end. And it's just going to be very distracting if you have the colors and it's trying to work on the shading at the same time. And also those colors, like this color in particular, ooh, it's not a cute color. Pukey green. So it could totally be green, but this is a huge difference. Like if you had the shading already, and then you turned on the colors, then you could go from from maybe something that was where you had some light here, like in the front. So that green on itself, by itself, kind of sucks. But if it's paired with like a lighter green, something that's a little more saturated, something that's something you would find like in the sun under more direct sunlight, then that can be nice. But that would be the lighting. And so yeah, I wouldn't worry about the colors just yet. That's not usually a good workflow, not something I recommend. The colors always towards the end, almost like the final steps. Later, Kevin. Yeah. And so shading, lighting, shading first, lighting second, and then colors in the end. And you can have this color, but you can't have it alone. You can't have just the puke color. You need to have something else along with that. So if you already have shading and you overlay color on top of it, it'll pick up the value from it. So you will never have this essentially. You'll have like a mix of different greens based on the grayscale that you did, the shading. So all this to say, I think you'll have a lot more success if you tweak the process. Hope that helps. Jackson. Oh, hold on. I need to find a message I got from this. So I don't think Jackson is here, but when you watch this later, I thought it was kind of cool. Because I shared it, on social medias, and somebody commented on it. There you go. Somebody better tag Capcom to hire this man for Monster Hunter. This is too good. Nice. Just thought I'd forward that to you. Cause yeah, that looks badass. Looks really good. So I am doing well, Jackson. I hope you're good too. This week I tasked myself with finishing the creature design class by creating a portfolio piece using everything I learned. I'm most likely not going to put more work into this, but what are some mistakes that I should improve on in future designs? Yeah, well, the good news is that it looks really, really good. So, yes, you could always improve things, but it'd be kind of diminishing return from this point on. Like, it's hooky enough, it's unique enough, it's cool. Like the contrast is awesome. You have some nice colors in here. I love the slightly more saturated, like in between colors. Nice. Yeah, that looks fantastic. Things to improve for the future, like maybe it's going to be mostly anatomy, so not so much the design itself. The design's awesome. I really like the balance, makes sense. Seems like you never fall on his face, you never be off balance. Yeah, love the colors, love the shading. So it's really just small anatomy stuff. One thing is the shoulders for this quadruped here. So shoulders maybe looks a little too human. It looks cool, but usually you'll have like the scapula here start a little lower, and so the shoulder has to kind of line itself up underneath that. So you have the spine of the scapula, and then the shoulder itself, the shoulder muscle, the delt, need to attach like underneath. So it's got like this longer shape with the tricep kind of meeting them on the other side. So that's like the only thing that I would kind of change here. Like this shape feels very human, and it's just hard to imagine what the skeleton would look like for this to work for a quadruped. So I would just lower it, change its shape a bit. But you have kind of this volume instead. And then tricep. Shoulder. It's in two pieces normally, but yeah, you get the idea. And the other thing was just like the neck. The neck feels maybe a little too even, like a tube. Boing, boing. Maybe having some variety in there. Like maybe it gets a little more narrow at for the head, just so that's not like a tube. Like I like these. There's like it tapers down, so it's not tubey. Maybe for the neck, same idea. Starts maybe a little thick here, starts wide, and then it gets narrow, and then the head. Just some suggestions, but yeah. The tail also. Maybe the tail lacks a little bit of a little body. Maybe it could be a little thicker. Usually it's also gonna slide in between the legs here a little deeper in. So maybe just give it a little more mass. Feels stronger, like if you were to whip something, but have more strength to it, more weight to it. Yeah, man. Nitpicking. That's what you get when you submit art that's too good. Very good. Damn. Let me undo all of that. What have I done? All right, moving on to Curtis. There you go, Curtis. It's your turn now. So I finished that piece from last week since you threatened to steal if I didn't. Decided to do a second version in negative to give it a sort of black light effect with blood splatter to make it extra creepy. The piece on the right is some fan art I've been working on. It started as a doodle, but then it just kind of kept working on. I just kind of kept working on. My jaw muscles out of energy. Hard time talking. And I didn't use a reference for the pose since I hadn't intended to make a finished piece out of it. So there are probably some anatomy errors, but I'm fairly happy with how it turned out. Anyways, that's all I got. Looking forward to any thoughts you have for improvement. All right. Oh, that's nice. The only like easy upgrade that you could do to this would be to introduce like a more obvious gradient, because it still feels like it's pretty dark, like the this is lit, but not too much. So maybe darkening like the ground here just a bit. But it's only to introduce a gradient in her, like in the legs and in the sweater. I don't know, maybe that's not gonna work at all. Let's try it. Trying to negate this. There we go. Trying to find the opposite color to kill the warmth a bit. Nah. Never mind. I still feel like the gradient helped a little bit. Like maybe not as, maybe a different color. But if you do that, like you kind of have to tweak the light on the ground because then it's a little too bright. It's just like a light like this, you know. It has such little energy that it would probably not bounce a whole lot, not anything visible at least. So like if it were the sun, then yeah, like the bottom here, the legs would be brighter because the particles would go down, boing, oops, bounce off the ground and then back here, and everything that's closer to the ground is going to be a little lighter. But at night like this, and a weak light source, it's probably going to be like and then just dead. So that's one thing I might recommend, and probably adjust the lights too. Like it would probably be a lot more like spread out. It's a weak light. Maybe a softer gradient around it. That looks like doo-doo. Yellow now mix nice with that blue. Yeah, anyways, I was just trying to like make the spotlight less spotty, just more diffuse. This way you can introduce a little bit of the blue of the road behind, with the road that's not lit, the road that's lit just by the moon, slightly blue tint. Could be cool to offset the yellow here, but that's all I got. It looks really good, really freaking good. You should almost like animate this, you know, like it's like this normally. Hold on, let me try something real quick. And like something like this where the light is maybe like flickering a little bit already. So normally it's just like, is it, and then sometimes, what am I doing? All right, let's take a look at the rest here instead of screwing around. Oh, you did? Sick, nice. I like how you're thinking. Link, I want to see. That's actually really good. Yeah, it's a tough pose too to pull off. I think I'm noticing just like 2 things for now. Yeah, that looks good, man. That's really good. Number 1, I think it's just the right butt cheek. Like, I don't think you'll be able to see that much of it. So hips, the hips on the other side would be kind of right here. And joints for the leg would be like on the side, somewhere around here. This one somewhere around there. So like seeing through her, maybe a little lower. So yeah, I think you just need to wrap up that leg around that joint here, so a little sooner. Slightly different outline here, not a big change, but and then the other one was just the armpit, giving her more of a pit. So you got your tricep here, shoulder back there. And then you have your teres minor, and then lats, and then on the inside here you're gonna get your biceps, coracobrachialis kind of in the middle, and the chest on top of all that. Do the chest in red. So yeah, it's just kind of organizing the shadows around this here. So all of that's going to be, let's say it's a cylinder, right? That's not a good. I would need to spend more time on that. I don't want to do that. Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly what I was thinking about. Hell yeah. That's cool, man. Need to show it off. Nice. Yeah, so anyways. All of this here is going to be the pit. The coracobrachialis is going to be visible, but it's still, you know, kind of recessed in that convergence of all these muscles. So yeah, just kind of sorting out the shading here in this area. Yours felt like there was like a mass in the armpit, so that's the only thing that kind of caught my eye. But maybe her elbows could be a little higher because they're quite short right now. If she were to let that slide on the side, maybe not. Maybe a little bit. Like that might be a little more anatomically correct, because the shoulders up here, right? So like that's gonna be, all of this here is gonna be the shoulder, and there's only like this much left for the bicep, and the rest of the arm. So yeah, I think extending the arm a bit will help. Either do the same thing on the other side, although I kind of like how it is now. So it'd be just a matter of maybe just lowering the shoulder here. Like continuing the arm, and then the shoulder starts a little lower. So you have more of a perspective going on for all of these landmarks. Hips, breasts, shoulders, for elbows, and then the horizon is somewhere right here in the middle. Small stuff-ish. Looks awesome otherwise. Beautiful colors. Cool character. That's all I got. Very nice. Considering it wasn't like fully constructed. And not bad. Not bad at all. Callan. Alright, so looking for general feedback on this design. I'm trying to put a portfolio together soon. Any tips? What should I work on so my art is as presentable as possible? So that's already quite nice. Nice colors, nice clean sketch. Cool design. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you could make this into a professional piece by just like keeping the same line art and just improving the shading. So that's where, you know, you would probably gain the most points. Yeah, and also like the overall read of the character, like right now, you know, if you look at it small like this one area that attracts the attention, it's like this part of the cape here. It's nice and very vivid. Steals the show a little too much maybe. So let's try to desaturate that yellow cape. I'll still keep it yellow, but it just won't be as saturated. Maybe the brightest is kind of this color here. Still yellow, but not as saturated. Cause remember, saturation attracts a lot of attention. It's exciting for the eyes. And then you can save the yellow for where it matters, like around the face here for all the gold stuff. Like you would want to really punch it out here, if anywhere. And do kind of the same treatment here for the metal, so that feels metallic, higher contrast too. Kind of what I was talking about to Ryan earlier. But high contrast and some reflection. Got it, Vika. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, and then use that as the yellow, the source of yellow to bring the attention to, because yeah, our eyes are excited by colors, by contrast, any kind of contrast. So in here you don't have a lot of colors, so you have like limited amount of stuff that you can play with, and the colors are only found around here, away from the focal point. Like the torso is cool, but what you want to bring the attention to, usually when talking about characters, will be the face. That's how you'll communicate with people. It's always the most interesting part of the face of the body, and usually at least. So if you have yellow here, blue here, but nothing here, then everybody's just gonna be looking at this, and that's not a good read. You know, doesn't make for that good of a portfolio piece. Instead, if you focus your yellow around here, on the face, maybe the face is slightly more saturated. So again, introducing a little bit more saturation, something to excite the eyes more, so we're more likely to look at his face. Maybe the blue here, gonna have some nice saturated highlights. And this extra saturation helps us read this properly. Can reduce some of the light here as well. Kind of have more and more saturation as you get closer to the top. This way, I think it's already kind of visible, but how now kind of reads like you're forced to go in that direction. Like you look down here, it's like, there's a little bit of saturation, not too exciting. Oh, there's more saturation up here. Oh, more saturation. Oh, it's brighter. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where am I gonna end? There we go. At the focal point. So if you can do the same thing with the cape, maybe a little bit more yellow up here, more saturated up here, and then more yellow around the face. If you can turn this gold thing into something that has a little more saturation. Now, I think it reads a lot better. And it's just like a super quick 1 minute pass on it. So I'm sure you can do something that's better than that. Better than what I did. Let's see the difference, if any. From a distance, where does the eye go? I think it makes a big difference. Like here, we're looking down there at the cape. Now, not as much, no longer. So that's talking about colors. Colors and saturation. Then yeah, your material treatment. So like I mentioned, and kind of what Sergey's mentioning here too, the amount of contrast in your metals and the type, like you're probably gonna have a bunch of reflections. It's metallic, so it's probably shiny. So yeah, having like a nice shiny areas here where a lot of light reflected based on your light source, and reflections. Keeping in mind also, like it's going to be shaded like anything else, just shaded with high contrast, but also on top of that, to make it look like metal, you need to consider reflections. And so what's reflecting in here? If this is a metal, it's like a mirror. What else is around? There's a little bit of blue here, so that would probably be reflected in there as well. Maybe you can add that in here as a reflection. More reflections, more metallic it will look like. Same thing here. It's gonna be that color, slightly darker. It's gonna be reflected too. And it's gonna be that material treatment that I think really makes this pop, gives it like this really nice quality to go into your portfolio. Well, that helps. All right, 5 to go. Already on 7 hours. Man, that's gonna be the longest stream ever. Record day. Sergey, your turn. All right, so I'm doing well. Hope you're doing good too. This is a work in progress, and there are still a lot of unfinished things. Background materials. Ooh, that reminds me. Why is that so nostalgic? This thing almost reminds me of like the older Magic cards, Magic the Gathering. It's like this weird, like magical things, magical incantations or spells, or I like it a lot. But at this stage, I encountered a problem. It looks like a few details in the front blend with each other. Robotic hand, cube-like thing in the hand, and character. I agree. Yes. The thing in the hand is supposed to absorb 80 to 90% of the light, except edges to show its shape. So there's almost no light. Okay. Try a few things with color, value, highlights, but it still looks gonna. Oh, that's a tough one. Something that doesn't reflect any light. Ooh. I mean, that's always going to look weird. I don't know if you've ever seen the probably, but Vanta Black. Trying to find a cool image for it. Supposed to be the, I think it is maybe just a new one that's been invented, but it's supposed to be like the darkest color, the most blackest of blacks, and it just looks so damn weird, man. Like, what am I looking? Huh? It almost looks like a mistake, right? If you painted that, it's accurate, but if you painted it, people will be like, huh? Bro, you forgot to shade this guy. Yeah, so it's gonna be tricky to pull off, you know, to make it look nice, because I think the default idea that people will have is that, oh, you didn't shade it well. Not that you wanted to have for it to be like super opaque. I don't know. Maybe with what I'm about to recommend, it might be possible. So for this to work, because you're right, it is quite busy in here. Like a lot of the details, especially from a distance, it almost looks like at this size, it looks just like a big sphere. Like maybe a pumpkin, like a moldy pumpkin. But then when you get closer, like, oh, it's a hand holding this thing. I see. No, it's. I wouldn't change anything with the shading, honestly. You can always sort these things out, like the read of things when there's too much stuff, with lighting. Lighting is your friend. So you've got like some backlighting here. Let's see what we can do. Let's just maybe like make that a little more intense so that we have more light to play around with. So brighten the light coming from behind. Have it creep in to this here a little more. And now apply the light on these things. So that hand here, like those fingers are, I think it will help the read a lot to make them pop. Because right now the main problem is that, yeah, they're shaded, you know, the fingers are shaded nicely actually. But it's just like there's lights and there's a bunch of other stuff also that have not too much impact on the read, and so all of them combined, it starts to be a little bit confusing. But by unifying everything with light, usually you can get out of that. So let's try it. I don't know, maybe it's not gonna work. The moment of truth. The fingers here. Maybe that one doesn't get the lights. It's too far back. I know I'm not supposed to do this. I'm just doing this for science. Ah, man, you almost need that. Damn it. I wish I didn't do that. Yeah, that helps a lot. So it's just managing the light. So yeah, if you want this to be all black, you know, ignore what I just did. Sacrilegious thing. But maybe like tone down the lights here as well. So like bump up the lights from the main light source, and then tone it down for the other light sources, like here. Maybe the yellow doesn't glow as much down here. I don't know. I don't know why, but I'm just trying to see if this helps the read at all. Yeah, because if you light up like this side here, now it's very clear where the light's coming from. like it still reads as black, you know. It's just like the light is so, it's more like it's still black. It's just that this side is reflective, and it like the angle just acts as like a perfect mirror. So like still a black black thing, but yeah. So it would be like a management of details here. So maybe like taking out some of these lines here, or maybe making them bolder and less bright, almost like reducing contrast, because it's hard to read because there's a lot of contrast here, a lot of small details that have high contrast. So bright, dark, bright, dark, bright, dark, and it's just lines and stuff. So the bigger the volume, the easier it reads. You know, like the hand now reads quite well because it's like this big shape, it's chunky. Now we can read the volumes better. So the light, that's what it does. It just helps read the volume, helps us read the volumes. See, like some of these lines down here. I don't know what else you could do. Don't want to completely change your design. Like on the inside here too. Maybe you can get rid of that below. Yeah, it'll be a combination of that. So I think just reducing the amount of contrast, reducing the amount of shading here, just making it simpler, closer to this, and how simple it is. And then keeping like those important details, like at the joints. But yeah, mostly lights, and then detail management. Oh, that helps, are you? That looks super cool though, man. Like in the back here, I really like this, you know, like you can tell the depth back here. I wish there was something like this here. So maybe like a different color. Maybe it's like just this blue here that you carry. Or maybe it's just like super dark. Yeah, I don't know. But I really like this here. Like this looks cool. I feel like it's like the same thing here, but not as cool because you don't have that that depth effect. Maybe something else. Anyways, yeah, all that helps. Moving on to Jade. Oh, Jade, are you still around? Did you go to bed? Maybe you're still around. So I did. Hope you did too, Jade. So here at my work in progress assignment about the street corner in 2-point perspective, I went pretty ambitious drawing arches and domes, but I'm keen on this architecture elements. All right. However, I feel those are a bit off, especially the domes. Can you tell me how this should be constructed? Right on. Yeah. The trickiest part is just to find the like the cross section that's horizontal. That's that line here. You get, because everything else, I mean, a sphere is always a sphere, and any angle and from any perspective, it's always going to be round. That's the easiest one to draw in perspective. It's always round. The trick though will be to find like the cross section here. So that's what I mean. Like, where is this? Because that's what you're gonna use. It's that cut that you'll use to line up with the perspective of your scene. So if you don't know where that cut is, you can't line it up properly. And I can say what almost, yeah, that like this is probably wrong, but let's construct it and we'll see. All right, so let's see, we want to find where this one is here. Let's pop a new layer. And so we have to find like the center of it. So if we extend this all the way to the ground, we'll be able to see where it matches, where it lines up with the floor. So the horizon line is probably around here. Indeed. All right. All right, so this is the ground plane. That's where it starts, and so that's gonna go slightly below that. If it's part of this building here. So essentially, let's just draw like a big square around this thing here. So if I were, can measure it. Oh no, where was the vanishing point? Here, where's the other one? So now let's make a little bit of a base for this thing here. Approximately. So I mean, this is going to be impossible to see. So I'll do it like a different angle because it's too small here to. You'll just have to kind of eyeball it, do it approximately. But let's say it was in a different angle. That's maybe something that's easier to spot. Let's say this is the ground plane. You know, so looking at this from above. And what we want to find is this here, that line, that cut. Where's that going to be? So extend that all the way to the ground. So this is going to be kind of like the diameter for this thing. And then. I mean, it's the best way would be to build it properly. So, goddamn, I should have started again. But it's like building a cube, right? So you have your horizon, and then you construct that cube. Let's say this is my vanishing point. I want to create a box first. You can extend that up, making sure that the box is in the correct perspective. And then that sphere is going to go inside. So you can extend it as high as you want. Let's say this is the construction that we have. Now we want the ball to be in there somewhere. So what you can do is find the middle for any of these. Center right there. There's another line going through it. So now we have this point here, that point here. I'm eyeballing this obviously, but another point here, another point here. Now you have all the 4 points to trace a perfect ellipse. And the idea, just the same way as we did this here, as we found out how to trace this ellipse, ellipse, whatever. You do the same thing again, but a little higher for that one. So let's say the ball is up here, or you're gonna try to find out where the square is for that one here. So same idea again. X marks the center, and then you can have that line go through the center. That line also go through the center. So point 1, 2, 3, 4. Ellipse. Number 2, and this is going to be the center of that sphere. So now you can, around that, you can trace just a perfect circle. And that cross section now that we started with, that's going to be what you use to kind of position it in space. And so, you know, if it were this one here, you could still trace a bunch of other cross sections like that, as long as they're all parallel to the first one. Yeah, so that's how I would do it, just to make sure that it's in the right angle. Like, what's the most important? Again, this line here, if you can find that one, you start with that one and then you build the sphere around it. But why did I say that this one was not correct? Why? Let's say it's outside here. So let's say trace another box that's like here maybe. So using the same vanishing points, and trace another one. Right, because when you go out, you start to get a little bit of distortion. So the center for that box would be here, you know, so it looks like it's off center. It's just that this side is kind of stretched out. So this one here, the center will appear a little bit different. So if we do the same thing again, dot, 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 dot. Now that ellipse is going to be slightly, it will appear like it's slightly tilted, and it's because of the perspective. So all these points here are still correct. You're just going to tilt it in that direction. Essentially tilt this ellipse towards the vanishing point. Same thing here with the one on the ground. So anyway, so yeah, for this one here, you would still do the same thing. Try to create like a circular sphere around it. But that section here, that cross section, will be slightly tilted as well. It's a little tricky, but hopefully that helps. All right, so that's that for that sphere. But the rest here looks awesome. No problem with the perspective whatsoever. I double checked, all those lines match. Everything is lined up nice. And yeah, it's just like these things here. This one, it's right in the middle, like right in the middle of the two vanishing points. So there might still be like a little bit of a tilt to this, just a little slightly towards this direction, maybe a little bit, but probably we won't see it too much. This one here, that's a little bit on the outside, you know, outside of kind of like the safe region here in between the vanishing points. This one, these ellipses will definitely start to tilt in that direction as they start to warp because of the distortion of the perspective. All right, moving on to Rui. So we got 3 left. Yeah, 8 hours stream. Impressive. I hope you are doing well. I am. Hope you too. I painted this for nearly 4 hours, so it's not finished, but I would like to know your opinion. My biggest problem is I don't know how to choose the brush, for example, when painting the lights. The brush when painting the light. Ooh, that looks good. Oh, that's very nice. To paint the light, well, what I would use is just like a soft brush, you know, like no features to it, like a default Photoshop brush, and set it to overlay. Usually that works well. Overlay or hard light. So let's select like a nice light yellow. So that works pretty well if the colors are bright enough. Or if you want something that's more opaque, you can do hard lights. Don't press too hard though, but yeah, it feels like the air maybe has more particles in it. Looks nice too. So those are the two, like the 1 or 2 that I use, either overlay or hard light with a soft brush. You're welcome, Jade. Yeah, for any kind of glow, for that matter. So let's say, you know, like her little hat here. I don't know if this is metal, probably not. Maybe it is, but if it were, you know, for example, can make this glow with the same hard lights. Doing. Now it's shiny. Ooh, shiny. So what can I say about this? So composition wise, overall, I think I would just maybe like crop the bottom, you know, if you're not planning to do anything here, down there. Remove it, you know, because it's a long composition already. It's like a long portrait. If you plan to share this on like Instagram, for example, Instagram will cut part of it, probably like about this much. That will be cropped out because they don't allow like shape that's too formats that are too high, too tall. Minor problem. I'm just saying, just in case, you know, just because also, yeah, there's not much here, you know. nothing interesting down there. So if you were to add maybe like some little holes, like you see here, some little gaps in between the leaves, between the branches, that could be cool. But still, you know, it's a big area of kind of nothing. So I think I would just crop part of it, maybe all of that. Boom, be gone. All right, now we have something that's more portrait, not too tall. That's a good composition. Very nice. Beautiful colors in here. Love the lighting. Very fantasy. So the light's coming from the top. So I think that's going to be the most important thing here to keep in mind. So everything that's facing above, everything that's facing the sky is going to be slightly lighter. Like the bark up here, a little bit lighter than it is down there. So doing the same thing here. And get a little bit more lights up here. Maybe it's just casting a little bit of shadow. And then same thing for her. So she's also in the same scene. So the top of her shoulder is probably going to get some of that light, the top of her hair, top of that little hat. Top of her chest here, facing up more directly. Yeah, top of the arms. And the hair, you know, like a hair against the light. It's always nice, kind of gives like this kind of glow on the sides. I don't know much. I don't know what else you could add to this. I mean, this looks really good. It's just going to be a matter of like, you know, polishing things, making sure that you know, like the folds in here look nice and fold like. Maybe punching up the colors a bit for like saturation. Like you know, I like this blue. So that's a really nice blue. I'm kind of missing that here, maybe a little bit. So it's directly under the sun. Maybe we could highlight it some more, make it a little bit more blue. But yeah, from there, like I really like the texture that you have on the tree here. That's really good. Yeah, just be a matter of doing the same thing here for the branches, making sure that those branches are nice and clean, and everything around her, around the focal point, maybe a little more detail. Just to match, yeah, like the busyness of the bark here, the tree. That's cool. But yeah, you'd probably want her to have the same amount of detail. So yeah, it's just polish and a little bit of lighting. Looks really good. Oh yeah, there you have it. Perfect reference here. Yeah, so all I did is just more of that. A little bit more intense, you know, kind of just increasing the contrast here. So that helps. Moving on to Ryan. Ryan number 2, or Ryan number 1, or the better Ryan as he calls himself. Creating 2 brand new original characters with reference. I'm having trouble with the hair on the wavy style. I know generic lines, but can you give advice on how to get this hair in perspective? Also, what do you think of the style and what looks off to you? And advice or encouragement is appreciated. So what do you think of the gestures? Pretty groovy. Oh, that's a good reference. Yes. So much gesture here. This looks really good. The only thing maybe I would point out for the pose would be his head, like his head position. Like this looks super cool because the head is kind of like pulled back, so it's like, you know, like she's going so fast that that nothing can keep up, the head included. So yeah, maybe because his head looks pretty sturdy, like he's like a Formula 1 driver, you know, his neck's not moving at all, even though he's going really fast. But tilting it back, I think, would add to the motion, add to the gesture also. Because always think of it as like a big curve here, guiding the action, going. It's kind of got that too. So it's just maintaining that thing. That one was good. Yeah, so for the pose, that's it. Very dynamic. Like something else I'm noticing on the reference, but it's how much foreshortening the artist here applied on this arm. You know, like the hand all of a sudden is really small. I think it works like that, but yeah, that's something that you could push more to increase the dynamism even more. Yeah, the pose is really good. Yeah, perspective's on point too. Those two characters look like they're running side to side, no problem here. Maybe you could have this one a little lower. Sort of feels like he's on like a ledge that's higher than the other guy. Yes. Like just trying to imagine like a grid on the ground. And like if his foot lands right here next to the other guy. Yeah, it feels like they're more side to side now. Before it was like way behind or maybe a little too close to him. Anyways, not a big change. And then the hair. Waviness of the hair. So this guy here. Excuse me. The guy with the curly hair. Well, what he looks like to me is that he's falling, right? He's in between two steps. So he jumped to get to that step and now he's about to land. And so if he's about to land, it means that he's in a state of weightlessness. So right now he's falling. So he would have hair that looks like he's falling. So hair that's kind of in a state of no gravity. I don't know. I have the French word in mind, but can't find the damn English version for it. But yeah, so probably just having this more in the air, you know, kind of similar haircut, but instead of curving down, it kind of curves up still because he's falling. Weightlessness, yeah, there you go. I guess that was the right word. So yeah, very similar. It's just yeah, I would have like more of these locks of hair that are kind of pointing up instead. Whee! As his head is pulling them down. But yeah, so that's it for the questions. But when it comes to the two characters, the main feedback I have is that they look like two different styles. Like this guy has got this like super like Sailor Moony eyes, you know, anime eyes, like really, really big for his face. And then this guy's got more maybe like a more mature manga, maybe, where the characters are stylized, still very stylized, but maybe not as much. So I think this is maybe a slight disconnect there. I don't think I prefer any of them. They're like, they can both totally work. But if you want, I mean, if it's supposed to look manly, if it's a boy, you know, smaller eyes usually do the trick for that. Bigger eyes tend to look more feminine, more cute. So it depends. I don't know what the direction, like what the background for these characters are. But so far, so good. They look really nice. I like the distinction between the two. So like the hook is not great here. There's not something that's super unique about these characters, but but the combo of the two, so like the green, the purple, black hair, white hair, I see what you're doing here. That's nice. It makes them unique as a combo. Now, I think that might be cool to oh, Hunter Hex Hunter. Ah, that's what it's for. I see. Gotcha then. But yeah, but if it's like for your personal project, or like as like original characters, trying to find things that individually, you know, if you were to split them apart, where they don't have that synergy, you know, making them work, that symbiotic, yeah, kind of thing going on, where they each help each other on their own, what makes them unique. And I think there'll be like some stuff to do there. As a combo, they're really cool, but on their own, the dude with a jacket with some shorts and some boots. What else could there be? You know, what is he about? What is he like? What represents his personality? Is he more edgy? Is he like the nice and caring type? Is he rash and unreasonable? All these things, you know, could influence what he wears, the kind of accessories that he wears. Yeah, as a result, kind of make him more unique. But other than that, like as a combo, really nice. Very cool. Yeah, man. Well, that helps, Ryan. And then finally, ooh, what a day. Zainab. Oh, nice, man. So this week I started to work on Max Greca. Draw this in your style character. Before I start doing values and coloring, do you have any suggestions, or do you see anything that needs to be changed? Max who? That is good. I'll need to look that guy up. Right on. So your version of his character, I see. So very, very stylized here. Very like Western comic / cartoon influence. And you're definitely going for a more realistic, stylized anatomy kind of style. More my style. More like the style that I prefer. So I like your direction so far. Man, that was good. So you don't think I'm gonna have a lot to say here, but maybe the hand. You know, like maybe I would work on this one here. It feels like a slightly different pose. Like here, like you can tell that she's holding her arm, but not with her hands, but not like the hand open. Instead, she's just like got like a fist like this. And it's like the way that's holding onto feels, I don't know, like yours feels more like this, you know, like it's kind of just floating up here. Hers really feels like she's, you know, using that to keep her hand, or like to push the hand, her arm against her chest. AKA, where's the, there we go. Maybe having like that shoulder slightly lower to make that more possible. And having that arm go a little lower as well. That's about right. Yeah, and then having this here slightly different. So more against the arm, rather than just kind of floating up in the air. Anyway, small change, not a big deal. It's just, this looks more like, it looks like a tighter lock on the arm. Like she's pressing against it more. Feels just like a more normal pose. Not the best here, but that's about the only thing I can comment on for now, because everything else looks awesome, and you did a really good job. Good proportions. I love your treatment of the muscles here of the shoulder. That's good. See tricep. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, maybe you could have a bit more of a gap here, or have like this kind of go in some more. Just maybe slightly better shape to the leg, so that it really feels like a like this. You know, it kind of gets smaller before it attaches, and then this out here, the glutes, and on the inside before it goes into the pubis. Just a slight curve here. I think will go a long way. Going. Nitpicking, because that's a really good sketch. That's all I got for today. Damn. Well, almost made it without hiccups. Just at the end. Hope that was helpful, guys. Obviously not the most convenient, you know, video split into parts, but later when I post this on YouTube, it'll be just one continuous segment. Anyways, like I said, I hope this was helpful. If you didn't submit anything, but you still attended, hope that that you got some stuff out of this, even if it didn't apply necessarily to your art. I'm sure a lot of this stuff still applied in some ways, even if it's indirectly. I'm gonna start to go packing. That's probably a good thing to do since we're moving in 2 days. And I'm excited to see you guys next week from the new place, from the new office. And I hope that you're gonna have a good rest of your weekend. So you'll have a good creative week ahead of you. And I'll see you next time. Peace out, guys.